Drive southwest, then turn left. Drive southwest, then turn left. Turn left, then turn right. Turn right, then turn right. Turn right onto State Route 44. Continue for 1 mile.
Hey, we've got a like already. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, we're doing the, it's a little tribute today to a NASCAR legend, which story was just unbelievable when I heard it yesterday. Hey, Bill Reed. No, he was just someone that I follow, that I watched all the time. I mean, just absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could not believe that. I mean, 41 years old, getting ready to race in the Coca-Cola 600. Yeah, welcome. Thank you, Kyle. And it wasn't Clubber Lang that appeared for him. It was Ivan Drago. And all I'm saying is, guys, is that you just got to be careful. You just don't know. I mean, I'm just absolute shock, just like everybody else is. I mean, when I heard the news, I mean, and I heard it from a fellow gig tuber on my live stream yesterday. And even when he said it, I mean, even at that point, I did not want to, believe that it was true. But then I hear about it. It's like, yeah, I have no idea. I really don't. I don't think anybody wanted to. I'm not sure that anybody understood, what happened or anything. It was just, they said serious illness.
Turn right.
Well, what exactly was that? Yeah, I mean, what was it? I mean, why was everybody so secretive about it? I mean, I don't get it. Yeah. I mean, guys, it's like, everybody's saying, well, he's out for the, he's out for the race, out for the weekend, or whatever the case may be. But then they come to say that he's out for good, that he'll never return. When I heard it from my fellow gig tuber yesterday, I was like, I didn't want to believe it then. I mean, I kind of put it in the back of my head and I just had to see for myself. And then I had all the confirmation that I could by going on social media and watching it. I was like, man, it's like the shocker of all shockers, if you want to call it that. Hey, Brick Ripsaw, welcome in. Yeah. But Brick Ripsaw, we're going to be talking about that here pretty soon, because it's been this speech that I've been wanting to give has been it's been gnawing at me for the longest time, and I think I'm about to give part of it today. Well, let me go drop this off first, and I'll be back. All right. Well, I just got an order for McDonald's now, so I'm going to go pick that up here. Oh, I got to go to Rampart Road? Yeah, it's always tough losing people. Absolutely, guys. I mean, and I think for everybody, since it was so shocking, especially for the world, it's like, I just think that this is the time to start, to really look at stuff here. I mean, you're all talking about it, say, oh, he's 41, he's tough, he'll get through this and all that kind of thing. Everybody pretty much assumed that. But how did he know that it was Ivan Drago that was standing there and not Clubber Lang? I mean, Clubber Lang was the one, for the 2026, the one that knocked down, but the Ivan Drago, for Apollo Creed, that was it. And that's the way it was yesterday. And it was like, like I said, I did not want to believe it when when someone from came on my live stream yesterday and told me about it. Like I said, I didn't want to believe it. I really didn't. I mean, I just had to see for myself. But guys, this goes to show that you don't know when your last day is. You have no idea. I mean, you can't just take every day and granted and say, oh, tomorrow I'll do this and, tomorrow I'll do that. Well, there's been a lot in the last 2 years, especially celebrities. And then you find yesterday someone who was in their early 40s that they didn't have a tomorrow. And then when it comes to the family, what do you do next? I'm sure his family is like, how? Why? Why now? He's getting ready to, to go on and maybe win another race. But that's certainly not going to happen now. And this is the time, guys, to really sit down and really look at yourselves and think. I mean, it brings up the song from Alan Jackson in 2011 when it comes to the NASCAR world. I'm sure there are those, in NASCAR and all around that are saying, that are looking at that song saying, where were you when the world stopped turning? On that May 21st day. Because as popular and great a racer as he was, I'm sure that's exactly the song that would be, that would be made. And I just feel so strong in my heart right now that I just got to tell everybody, when it's tough to lose people, especially, like that. I mean, so unexpectedly, all because, something popped up, health-wise. And there was nothing they could, and it was just, I just don't understand it. And I want to use another song, today, the song that I introduced yesterday as a beginning, but under the circumstances, there's no reason to use that right now. Then I had to go back to the old way and use the old beginning. I mean, sure, Kyle wasn't exactly, my favorite racer because Casey Kane always was. But I always respected Kyle for the fact that he was an excellent racer, and he did have a lot of popularity. And, he was, I mean, there were times, like I said, when he led the field, I mean, he was dominant. It's because he knew what he was doing, and he had, the mind that said, I'm going to win this race no matter what. He had that mentality, and a lot of times he showed it. Two-time champion. You had, even though that you either loved him or hated him, you always had the respect for him because of the kind of racer he was, the kind of competitor he was. that he was out to win every time. He did every, even in the times that, that everybody got in his way, it didn't matter to him. He was out to win. And even though I wasn't, say, hey, Vicky, welcome in. Yeah, it is. And I mean, it's like, the shocker of all shockers in the NASCAR world. It's like I said, it makes you think, or it should make you think. It makes you think, what if your tomorrow never comes? Like he found out. Who's going to be prepared for that? He wasn't. I mean, who would have believed that something like that would have showed up? And I mean, this is the time to think, guys. This really is. It's time to think. I mean, you can't always, there's times, like I said at the beginning of the year and the end of last year during the USC Dash and the Illinois Dash, that this was a year that we really had to take to heart. This was a year that was going to be challenging, to say the least. And so far, it has been. You look at the weather that's happened. You look at what's going on in the Middle East. And you look at what's going on with gas prices, food prices, all those things. And now this. Not to mention Chuck Norris. And a few others. Those we grew up with, found out they had no tomorrow. It should make you think. That you should plan your life a little more carefully. And that you really should think before you make certain decisions. Because you never know. You never know. Because if that day comes when you least expect it, are you ready? Is your family ready? I mean, like I said, I did not want to believe it when I heard it. Coming from a fellow gig tuber, I did not want to believe it. I just had to find out for myself. I had to really see if it was really true. And I had all the confirmation when I need, then everything was posted all over the, all over the social media. And it's like, man, yeah, I don't know, Vicky. I mean, all they said was serious illness. That's all they said. They didn't want to go into detail as to what it was. Okay. But regardless of what it was tough enough. It was his Ivan Drago, like did with Apollo Creed in Rocky IV. It was that. And who would have believed that something that drastic would take one of the greatest NASCAR legends of all time? You loved him or hate him, you had to respect him. And you did. Yes, he wasn't my favorite, but at the same time, I respected him because of the kind of competitor he was, the kind of racer he was, and the fact that, he was out to win. That was the thing I liked about him. He was out to win. No matter what was going to get in his way, he was out to win. All right, let me go pick this up, guys. I'll be right back. Okay. After this one, I'll have only 7 more to get the $50. The $50 incentive. Yeah. Hey, Sybil Royan, is that how you say it? Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for joining. Yeah, I'm doing a little dashing tribute, for him today. Okay, yeah, I figured it was going up here to those apartments from the dollar amount that it was, but anyway, it's all good. Okay, I'm just going after deliveries right now to get that $50 incentive, and I will say this for the record. Part of that $50 that that I get today, part of that is I'm gonna send to Kyle's foundation or something that that will go to his family for this, and because I know they got to be devastated, especially Samantha, to say the least, because of how immediate this was and unexpected this was. And I mean, like I said, even though he wasn't my favorite, I respect him and his family that much to to give part of this today to that. I have always been a big NASCAR fan for as long as I can remember. And I know that everybody over there, from all the reports I've seen, I mean, you could just tell by, everyone who spoke about this, how absolutely shocked they are. And like I said, this is a time, guys, something like this happens, especially with someone who is that well known and, great at what they do, that you just never know. Hey, good morning there, Yvonne. Welcome in. Yeah, Yvonne, we're paying a little tribute here today to NASCAR great Kyle Busch. I was like, like I said, this is the time that we need to come together, especially with what we're going to do in November. Something like this, guys, needs to make those in America think. Think before you do. Think before you choose. Do your research. Don't just choose somebody out of spite. Don't just choose somebody because they're the other. Choose who is going to do the right thing and make the right decisions. And don't just sit on the sidelines and let everyone else decide for you. You got to make your voice heard, especially now. How old was he? 41. 41. You know how I heard it, Yvonne? From Indie Gig Life. That's who told me yesterday. Yeah. And when I heard it, I was like, at first, I knew that, if it came from him, I knew he heard it from somewhere. But, at first, I really did not want to believe it. I really didn't. I had to see for myself. I had to really see if it was true. Not that I didn't believe him or anything, but I just had to have confirmation of that. And I was like, then when I saw all the reports and everybody talking about it, I was like, really? And I just sat there the whole time I was looking at that. I'm saying, wow. This is the time now you got to think. You got to think. You think that you got your life all planned out. You think that that tomorrow everything is going to be great. So great. Something happens, and especially something in his case. what do you do then? I mean, you want to make plans. You know that you think that you're going to get better and everything. But sometimes that's not the case. And is everybody prepared? Is everybody prepared? That's the one thing that we need to get through as a society, that we need to start think before you do, and know that if something like this happens, what next? That's what we got to think about right now, guys. Let me go drop this off. I'll be right back. All right, we got 7 to go for the 50, and little one today needs $139 to win the race. So the $50 is definitely a part of that. So I'm basically out here for that. It is supposed to rain today, so I want to get this 50 incentive before it does rain. So you've had 3 good McDonald's orders back to back. Yeah, it's hard to get good McDonald's orders. Most of your McDonald's orders are $4 or $5. Which is what I've had here. I had a Dunkin' that was $5 and a McDonald's that was $4. But right now, what I need to do is to get this $50 so I can at least go for that incentive. But I'm just here today, like I said, guys. This is I'm just doing this, like I said, to as a tribute to him, because part of this 50, what I say, I just have to let everyone know that something this unexpected is something that we all have to think about. We just do. We need to think. Because you just don't know. And this is why I say those that are, that are making bad decisions and things like that, when it comes to, especially in relationships where it's encouraged to, you're seeing all these things about someone getting caught, cheating on boyfriend, girlfriend, spouse, or whatever the case may be, that all of that is encouraged, and for everyone to get caught. That's stuff you also got to think about, guys. This is why I'm saying something like this that happened to Kyle. You have no idea what's going to happen, and you got to make sure that that decisions like that need to be stopped. Decisions like that don't need to happen, because it's not. You got to think before you do. Because if you're caught in the wrong with something that happened to Kyle, it's not going to be good for you. That's all I'm going to say. That this is the time to think and to get it right. Instead of do wrong and risk the consequences, do right and risk the consequences. That was said by former radio TV host back in the 90s. Bob Inyard. Do right and risk the consequences. That is what he said at the end of his broadcast. The decisions that we make now, guys, we need to think before we do. Because Kyle found out there was no tomorrow. When everyone thought, well, he's going to race, he's just out for this race. They didn't know he was out for good. This is the time to think. This is the time to look at ourselves and see exactly where we stand. And we have decisions that we're making. Do those. Something unexpected can happen. It doesn't necessarily be an illness. It can be something else. It could be something financial. It could be something with your work. You never know. You got to be prepared for anything. Hey, Dan Pryor, welcome in. Yeah, Kyle Busch had a serious illness, they said, and he passed away yesterday. One of the greatest NASCAR racers of all time. It was unbelievable when I heard it. And this dash is in tribute to his legacy. I mean, like I said, you either loved him or you hated him. But either way, on either side, whichever it was, you did respect him for the fact of the competitor he was, for the fact of how that he was a racer. Let's just put it that way. He was competitive. He was out to win. Okay? And you knew that about him. No, and all the other drivers knew he was out to win. And he would do things that, that may not have been the most appropriate at the time, but they knew he was competitive and they knew he was out to win, that he was going to do whatever he could do to win the race. And you got to respect someone like that. Even though they didn't always make the best decisions, you got to respect someone who's out there to win. Because that's what everyone's out there to do. And that's the way it is in the real world too. Everyone's out to win. Everyone's out to, to better themselves. It's a very competitive dog-eat-dog world today. It's not like it used to be when I grew up, because when I grew up, it was all about what we can do to help one another, to eat for each other, to get ahead. But what is it today? Today it's what can I get from you? How can I step on your toes and and get ahead of you? That's what today is. It used to be what I can do for you. Now it's me, 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 me. What's in it for me? What can I get from you? Years before we met, especially say, well, this isn't the Cleavers anymore. I said, I understand that. I understand it's not the Cleavers anymore. I didn't even grow up in the Cleaver time. That was 10, 12 years after the time. I was born then, not during the Cleavers time. And I understand that. That things have changed so much in this country. We're going on 250 years of freedom in this country. Be gone in those 250 years. Look at all the changes we've had happen. We've gone from being a helpful society to a competitive, what can I get from you society? And that's a shame because it shouldn't be that way. That's one of the reasons why I made the example during the Tiger Dash last week when I sat there at Starbucks and I paid it forward. And the reason I paid it forward is because I wanted everyone to understand there's a time that we really need to do that we really need to show respect for others regardless of whether we know them or not. And you do it out of the kindness of your heart, not do it just out of obligation. I didn't know who those people were that were behind me. All I know is I got a $40 Uber, and I took some of that money and I paid it forward and gave it to someone I didn't know. I sowed into their life. I didn't know who they were. I didn't know if they were good people, bad people, or what. I had no idea. I just did it. I just felt in my heart, take some of that money that I got and give it to them. Let them have a free drink on me. Because I was successful for something, I shared in it. And some people don't know how to do that. I took my mind off myself and gave to someone else because it isn't about me. This is the time we got to start looking, out for one another. Pay it forward at some point. This is Memorial Day's in a few days. I said, we got to remember those who fought for our freedom, fought for our country, and even those all around the world. There are those all around the world in other countries. You've had people fight for your freedoms as well. So it doesn't just go for America, it goes for everybody. Freedom is something to cherish. And there are things that are trying to be done to take that freedom away, and we can't stand for that. We've got to make the right decision so we can keep our freedom. There are those that, that are hurting. We can't just let them sit around and just look at them and, and snicker and do all this stuff. We can't do that anymore, guys. That's not the way we're supposed to be. I wasn't grown up that way. I wasn't raised that way. I was raised to give a helping hand. And it's unfortunate that in this world today, that's not taught anymore. We're taught these days to escalate situations and to make things worse instead of better. We need to reverse that. We're being taught today that you're guilty until proven innocent. That too needs to be untaught. Again, when it's like that, it's all about me. I'm going to do what I can, even if someone is innocent, if I have to, if I have to do something to the innocent to get my quota or whatever the case may be, you're putting your mind off that person and you're putting that mind on yourself. We can't put our minds on ourselves anymore, guys. We can't do that anymore. This is the reason why we have the problems we have today, is because it's all about me. We got to stop that. We got to come together. We got to be united. We've got to, stand for one another, fight for our freedoms, fight, for mankind. This is what we're here to do. And that's why I did the pay it forward. Is to let everyone know there is good in the world, that there are good people in the world, because there's some people out there that don't believe that anymore today because of what you see. Because a lot of people are watching the news and letting all that negativity, seep into their minds. Why not everybody take a day and nobody watch the news at all and see what happens? Because all on the news anymore is negative. Who did what to who? Who took advantage of who? Do you see anything good on the news anymore today? No, not really. When I grew up, they didn't want to talk about that stuff. At least those on the network that I watched, they hated talking about that kind of stuff. They wanted to talk about good things. Well, now everybody wants to talk about bad things. Everyone wants to talk about the negative because, oh, bad news sells. What about good news? Good news sells too. Nobody just wants to do it anymore. And that's what's sad. It's time to bring the good to life. Especially now with what happened to Kyle, it's time to do that. Because you never know. Because he found out he didn't have it tomorrow, his family found out. Were they prepared for it? That's the question. And I'm saying all this kind of stuff, guys, because I care about mankind. I'm fed up with seeing all the stuff that's going on here because, you know, our freedom is at stake. And we have got to make the right decisions this November. You cannot make decisions out of spite. You can't make decisions because, you know, sure, you know, not everybody does the right thing. And sometimes we may think we have made mistakes when it comes to the voting, but there are those that don't even vote. There are those that just sit back and let everyone else do it. And then they're upset because somebody wins, but all you had to do was go out and do it. It's your right to do. That right was fought for, if you can believe it. Because there's some countries you don't get that option. They just choose somebody. Here you get that option. So if you get the option, then you need to take the time and, you know, and go out and do it. Because if you want what's right, if you want to fix things, then it starts with you. And, you know, don't just take my word for that. There was a song written by one of the greatest entertainers of all time, Michael Jackson. Even as great an entertainer as Michael Jackson was, there were times to which he had to make music that was for real. And that song that I'm talking about is Man in the Mirror. And one of the lyrics in that song was, if you want to make the world a better place, you know, if you want to make the world a better place, you know, take a look at yourself and make the change. And I think we need to take that to heart. I really do. And I'm also going to show guys this too. One of the things that I did on my dash yesterday was try to promote a movie. Yes, it was back in 2002, but it's just as important now as it was then. And I'm going to show it to you right now. So let me go ahead and do it here. Okay. So here we go. Time Changer right there. This is a movie that everyone should watch. Everyone in the world should watch. Time Changer. Oh, we got an order. Okay. Duncan, okay, for $9. All right, we'll take that.
Drive northeast, then turn right.
Okay, yeah, we'll take that Duncan order. All right. It's a movie that everyone should watch. It's a time travel movie. It talks about time travel, but I will say this, it's very informative, but it's also funny. There's parts of it that's very funny.
Turn left on Lee Boulevard.
And you will see how funny it is. They designed the movie that way to be a learning movie, but they also designed it to be kind of like a comedy movie, you know, to kind of mix it in there. And they did that for a reason.
Then, in 700 feet, turn right onto State Road 44.
I recommend that movie, you know, for all the reasons. especially for what happened with Kyle. That movie is now more recommended now for me than anything. And that's where the song It's About Time comes from. It's from that movie. The movie has one of the stars of it. I mean, two stars actually are ones that we well know, and that's former Love Boat Captain Steubing is in there, and star of Barney Miller also in there. So you got a couple of good cast members that are in there. Definitely a movie that I recommend everybody see. All right, I'm going to go over here and pick up this order, and I'll be right back. had a pretty big order, that's why it took a little bit longer. That's probably why I was offered $9, was because of that. So, all right. All right. Okay. Trying to figure out where this is. I don't go to this street that often. I think I've only been on it like 2 or 3 times, so we're just going to go out this way. See which way I need to go, because I don't know if I'm going right or left, and sometimes it's hard to turn down there, so let's just see what we're going to do here. Okay, 11 likes. Thank you guys. I certainly appreciate it. Appreciate you all being here. Yeah, we're just doing this, this little dash for a tribute to Kyle Busch. So, yeah. Appreciate you all being here. We're getting real close to that $50 incentive. So, all right, let's see which way we go. Do I turn right or left here?
Drive northwest.
That's what I thought.
Then turn left onto Progress Parkway.
Okay, I thought I turned this way. All right.
Continue for 3 miles.
Okay, yeah, that's right. It's in there. All right. I wonder. Yeah, that's right. It's over by the school. So I just wonder how many school buses I might have to encounter going here, because it's the time. It's 7 in the morning. Yeah, it's time for school buses. But remember, when it comes to the on-time rate, if you're waiting for a school bus, the red lights are flashing everything according to Doordash for the on-time rate. It is not an excuse. So then, if you're late and you have to do that, then you have to get on there and you have to explain that you were following the law by, stopping for a school bus. And it's a shame that you can't consider that for, on-time rate, that we have to fight to get that off there. Again, it shows, that it's all about me. That's a lot of these companies and stuff. It's all about them. They don't care about the employees who work for them. It's all about their bonus. And shouldn't be that way. We should all work together. If you're, regardless of what business it is, you should work together as a team. And unfortunately, there's a lot of businesses out there that don't work as a team. And this needs to change. And it's just like one of the things in the, one of the biggest sayings in this movie is when the main character is doing a speech or, saying something to a group. He says, I believe that times must change. And that's the truth. Or time as we know it will end. That's what he said. Let what happened to Kyle make us think. Let what happened to Kyle examine ourselves, examine our families, examine where we are in life. Are we making the right decisions? Are we contributing to mankind, or are we even caring, or fighting for our freedoms, fighting for, for the things that we, not just going after what we want, but also helping others and contributing to that too? Because things get done better when we work together. And we're missing that, guys. We're missing the mark when it comes to that. I'm only saying this stuff, guys, because what happened to Kyle really needs to make us think. I'm really mean this. It's all about being prepared for the unexpected. And this was unexpected to an exponential number that's totally, unbelievable, that no one even thought would even happen to someone as young as him. I mean, you're preparing for something you love to do, preparing for the second biggest race in NASCAR, the Coca-Cola 600. And the next thing you know, days before, you can't even talk about it because you're not going to be there. You're not going to be in another racetrack. You're not going to be with your family. And I know I'm certainly thinking right now, am I doing right? Am I making the right decisions? Am I just have to look. I got to think. Am I prepared for certain things? There's some things that I know that I've got to prepare for. Because when you don't know, when the unexpected, especially an unexpected like that, this is the time to think, the time to prepare. I said it at the beginning of the year and the end of last year. Prepare for 2026. Prepare for it. It was spoken so highly to me last summer in August. And I said it at the beginning of the USC Dash and at the beginning of the the Illinois Dash at the end of the year and the beginning of the year, that this was a year to prepare for, that this was a year to really put in the back of your mind that it's going to be a significant year, and so far it has. And May is almost over. We still got 7 months, guys. We got 7 months to make something good happen, to turn all these negatives around, and it starts with us. We got to show there's good in the world. We got to show that there are those that care, those that, start spreading love instead of spreading hate. Because it's love that brings fruition. Hate brings the opposite.
Turn right onto South Riley Highway.
Because what you get back is what you send out. Regardless of which one you send, it's going to be returned to you the same way or worse than it was from what you gave, because, like the saying always is, we reap what we sow, more than we sow, and later
In a
than we
quarter
sow.
mile, turn left onto Graham Drive.
And
South.
whatever it is that you sow, at some point, the harvest is going to come. Which harvest is it you want? Because everything, and this is before cameras, TVs, all that stuff, everything we say and do, guys, is being recorded and has been since day one. No matter what you're doing, thinking that no one else knows about it, somebody knows about it. The spiritual realm knows about it, and the spiritual realm is watching every move you make, taking notes. And whatever it is you do,
turn right to stay on Graham Drive South.
they are going to be they said whatever it is, whatever you sow in there, they're going to work on that harvest. When you sow good, there's going to be a good harvest that comes to you. When you least expect it, if it's not right away,
238 Graham Drive South. Shelbyville,
Yeah,
Indiana
there it is right there. Okay.
46176. USA is on the right.
But you got to know what harvest it is you want, because it will be returned to you, whichever side it is, when you least expect it. It won't happen right away, but especially if it's good, it will happen at the right place at the right time. I'll be right back. Three down, 6 to go for the 50. We have Uber on, so we can try to get Dirty Stack today also. Okay. I have not picked anybody to put in front of the car. I will do that this afternoon, provided that we'll be able to do that, because this isn't about that today. It's about Kyle. So, yeah. Giving tribute to a racing legend. Whether you loved him or hated him, someone we can respect. Because that's the way it should be in life. Regardless of whether you like or don't like someone, you have to respect them. Because respect, when you learn to respect, it makes you a better person. Because when you give respect, you will get it in return. Because if you don't respect, then lack of respect will be returned to you. Yeah. You'll be up to $51.56 right after the spark over. Well, I'm up $19 right now. That's all I've got since 6. But I mean, it's okay. I'm going for the 50. I got 6 more deliveries to get that 50. That's what my goal is right now. I just want to collect the 50 and, get that monkey off my back as far as that's concerned. And then I can move on from there, because we got rain coming here later today. And I haven't heard from her yet, but from yesterday, even though she came on my live, she said I'm supposed to be on her Sally D's reality. I'm supposed to be a guest on her program today, but I have yet to hear from her, so I don't know if she's still going to do that or not. And whether she does or doesn't, I can wait. It doesn't matter. I mean, there are some things, things happen, things come up. And like I said, it's not about me. I mean, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, I'm okay with it. It makes no difference. I'm still out here doing my thing, and I will continue to do my thing. I'm not out to just go out and get just to go out and get views and make it all about me. That's not it. I'm out here because I care about society and I want to see society make the right choices. I want to see some things change, some attitudes change. Some of this encouragement to do wrong to be changed. That's right, patience always with you. It doesn't matter whether it's to be okay, learn how to be patient. Yes, that's part of the problem. A lot of people don't have patience. That's one of the biggest issues we have today is lack of patience. When it comes to sowing seeds also, guys, they'll say, well, I did this for someone. Well, I expect to get something in return. Yes, it will be returned to you. And if it doesn't happen right now, then you shouldn't be upset about it. Because the way the spiritual realm works, it will happen at the right place, at the right time. You can't rush it. Because it's like, okay, if you plant a seed of corn in the ground, okay, you just now plant the seed of the corn in the ground. Is it going to grow up tomorrow? No, it's not. It's going to take a few months to do. That's what it is. Okay. Now, I'm not talking about sowing seeds into ministries and things like that. I'm not talking about that. I'm just talking about in general. Okay. I'm just talking about in general. When you plant a seed, whatever it is, it does not come up right away. It's seed, time, and harvest. You plant a seed in like April or something like that, then it comes up in what, September, October? That's when they pick the harvest. Got an order here. We got Starbucks, another $9. I don't like the 7 miles, but I'll take the $9 though. Plus, it's one step closer to the 50. So,
Progress Parkway for 1.5 miles.
Yeah, I don't like the 7 miles. I mean, it's not a great order, but I mean, I do want the $9 and I do want the order so that I can get closer to the 50. But yeah, everybody's saying, why are you going 7 miles for $9? That's not a good offer. No, it's not a good offer. I agree with that. But I have a goal. The closer I get to that 50, when I hit that 50 and I know that they say, hey, here's your $50 because you achieved your goal. It's like going for the race. It's like you have so many cars to catch to get to the leader. That's the way it is here. Same thing. That's why I go out here. I don't make this just a job. I try to have fun with it. Everybody say, well, it's juvenile because he does his, because he does all the, college stuff and all this too. It's all a juvenile thing. What's wrong with him? No, it's not that. Okay. I do it because I'm having fun with it. You don't just make this a job. And that's another thing, guys. That's part of the problem. We all go to a job and we think, hey, Dean, welcome in. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll give you a cheer for that here. When I get there to Starbucks, I'll give you the cheer for that, Dean. But this isn't just a job, guys. If you just make it a job, you're going to end up hating it. And if you end up hating your job, you're going to hate those people that are associated with that job, whether it's your coworkers or customers or whatever. When you have that kind of hate in your heart, it's going to spread to everywhere. You've got to change that, and you got to say, okay, I may not like where I'm at right now, but if I have to be where I'm at, even though I don't like it, I've got to put on this, even if I have to fake it, I got to put on this smile and act like at least, that I've got to show that maybe I care a little bit. And then you never know, even if you have to fake it. If you end up doing that and somebody sees that you're being positive about something you hate, somebody is going to come in there Because that seed is sown that you're showing a little bit of care and respect and all that. The spiritual realm is going to see that, and somebody is going to come in to your establishment, and they're going to say, you know what? You give, say, I've been here a few times. You've given good service, and I know that you're not getting paid your money's worth here. How would you like to interview with me and see if there's something I can do about
Turn
that?
right onto Lee Boulevard.
I've seen it happen, guys, more than once.
400 feet.
And I know I make this scenario all the time, but it's the truth. What you get back is what you send out. If you send out love, respect, and honor, you're going to get it in return. But you never know when it's going to happen. Someone's going to walk in and they're going to give you that harvest. Because they're going to be sent by the spiritual realm to give you that harvest.
Drive southeast on Lee Boulevard. Then turn
And it
right
was
onto
that way
State
with,
Road 44.
with one of the workers I did at the restaurant. She started hating what she did, but she put on that smile even though she didn't want to put it on there. And the next thing you know, that thing was said to her. She interviewed, got the job, in that company. And over a year later was a manager of that company, making, 5 times more than what she made when she was serving in the restaurant. And it was all because even though she hated what she did at her previous job, she turned it around, someone saw it, and now she had what she always wanted. Could happen to you. You personally don't like the idea of ever going back to the regular job. You got more freedom to do with this gig work. That's right. Yeah. But I'm just saying to those who have a job that you absolutely hate, turn that around and say, guess what? I'm going to try it. Then when someone walks in there and you get something else and you're better off than what you were, I want to hear about it. All right, I'll be right back. Well, as packed as that place is, I'm surprised that they were putting that order together. I was really surprised at that. All right, guys, I'm about to go to a place that I don't want to go to or anybody wants to go to. Yeah. But before I do, let me go. I know exactly where I'm going, but let me do that cheer for Dean for that gold coin. Thank you, Dean. I appreciate it. We're not taking the highway either. We're going the back way. I know Doordash isn't going to like it, but I'm going to tell him. It's like this. 74 is being worked on, and I'm taking the detour, and that's the way it's going to be. All right. Yeah, we're going to take the back way. See, Bobby comes down. Do really need to focus on getting your high school diploma or a GED equivalent. So I have a better piece to goes down to that. You didn't have your diploma yet? Well, I know I've had some people that, that I worked with at a former job that I had that didn't have their diploma yet, and they got their, when they lost their job, they thought something, you know what? I said, I was lucky to get this job, but now that I don't have it, I said, I think I better get to work and get my GED. Yeah. I mean, I will say this, school isn't for everybody, and it isn't. And there are those that, that may have had to work that couldn't finish school. I've known some people that, they had to drop out of high school because they had to work for circumstances beyond their control. Then they had to get their GED afterward. I mean, I understand that. Like I said, things that happen beyond your control. And that's why I say prepare for that kind of thing. I mean, just because you're just going through your merry way, there's things, you never know what's around the corner. Something something that happens beyond your control, and then you have to stop doing what you're doing. The same thing, when my mother was going through lung cancer. I was in college at the time. I was going to go through my junior year of college. I couldn't start my junior year of college because she was diagnosed with lung cancer and she was slowly fading away. And I knew I had to do the right thing by taking care of her because she raised me for 18 years. And as a son, it says when you take care of your parents, your life years will be added onto you. Because you got to care for those who cared for you. I mean, I wasn't the greatest son in the world, and I wasn't. I was ornery at times, disobedient at times. I will admit that. I was. But yet I did the right thing. I gave up college and something that I really wanted to do that I was studying for because I knew that I had to step in and take care of my mom because there was no one else. I was not going to put her in a nursing home. I wasn't going to be that selfish, selfish son and say, just let a nursing home take care of her. No, I wasn't going to do that. That would have been dishonorable in my opinion. I'm not knocking those who feel that they have to do it for reasons that, I said that they just can't. I understand that. But then again, there are those, that look at their parents. I said, well, I don't have time for this. I can't do that. As a son or daughter, wait a minute here. Hold on. What is it? Yeah, I can't. It's going to knock me down to 56%. Yeah, but I can't take that because I'm going the opposite way. I can't take that order. It was $6 going 8 miles though. So, I mean, again, that might not have been a smart thing. So I really couldn't do it. Oh my goodness. King the Veteran, welcome in. Appreciate it. Thank you. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you for joining here today. Doing this little tribute to Kyle Busch, going for the $50. The way things may be going at this point, looks like Little One might be the one to win today, depending on the rain, though, of course. But that $50 is going to put it closer. So, the rain is supposed to be here this afternoon, so we shall see. Can she make $139 before the rain comes in? It's just like most of the time in the 500 race, the rain comes after the race. So will Little One win today? That's why I put her on the cover of, again, in front of Kyle Busch's car. Is one of the cars that he raced most of the time, because he was mostly known for the 18. And did Kyle have the same personality as Little One? Yes, absolutely. So it fits. Again, things fit, things are meant to happen, things correlate when you don't think about it, and they do. Well, looks like I'll be waiting here a few minutes. That's okay. Little One, my cat. Yeah. On the thumbnail, King, if you see the thumbnail, that's one of the 3 cats I have. She's named Little One. I have Little One, I have Tiger, and I have Little Tiny. Little Tiny I did yesterday. Tiger I did a couple days ago. So those are my 3 cats. Yeah. Even though I'm known as Big 3 Dashing, I have the littles as kitties. Only Tiger isn't little. He's a pretty big cat. The kitties, they're definitely my pride and joy. They welcome me home all the time when I'm coming back, either from dashing or from or from my W2. And speaking of Little One, who is the one that's on the thumbnail, she is my 4 o'clock alarm clock. I don't need an alarm clock when I have her. Whenever it's 4 o'clock, in the morning or the afternoon, she's always there to wake me up, because she knows what 4 o'clock is. If I'm dashing, she wakes me up at 4 in the morning to get ready to go out and dash. If it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon when I got to go to my W2, she's there again as well. So I always know when it's 4 o'clock because she tells me when it's 4 o'clock. And it doesn't matter whether the time changes or not. She seems to know. All right, hang on, guys. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I had to take care of that. It's something to do with the bank. But guess what? While I was on there, I got that order back for Uber, so I'm going to take it. But I got to drop this off first. So the Uber already knows that I'm up here. So I got to drop this off, and then I'm going to put Doordash on pause, and we're going to go get it. So, yeah. So there we go. We are going to have a dirty stack as long as I can get this delivered, in a real good time. I'm going to be going to CVS to pick up that order for Uber. So we will have a dirty stack today. But I can't go there. I have to go to the next street. That's going in the neighborhood. I don't want to do that. It didn't matter what time it was. See, what was that here? What did I say? What did I miss? Your cat that you had would wake you up in the middle of the night? Oh, okay. But yeah, like I said, with Little One, she's my 4 o'clock. If whenever it's 4 o'clock, she's there. She's there. I mean, how do your pets know about certain things? How do they know? How does she know it's 4 o'clock? But never fails. She's always there. She's always there.
Turn left.
And sometimes
Teleplex Drive.
little Tiny will also be there too. Your cats and kitties know.
Turn left onto Teleplex Drive.
Now, this is a place that nobody wants to be.
In 800 feet, turn right.
A place where no one wants to be. The only time that you ever want to be here is if you're bringing a life into the
Turn
world,
right.
not ending one. You want to be here to bring a life. Okay, that's the way you got to look at it.
In 400 feet, turn right.
You want to bring a life into the world, not end one. And unfortunately for Kyle, it was the latter. And like I said, I hate to say it, but that's exactly what it was. I got to park in here.
Drive south, then turn right.
Well, I have to park. I'm sorry, but I have to park in here. So, because you can't go up there, because they'll think that you're that you want valet service, and I don't. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Okay, Doordash is in pause. Let's go to CVS now and go pick this up. I don't think I've ever had an Uber Eats order for CVS, but here we go. OMG, welcome in. Appreciate it. Yeah. All right. All right. Go back this opposite way so I can get out of here. Oh, guys. Yeah, this make it yesterday. I almost, I was trying to get ready to do a dirty stack, and yeah, I got a message from, first message from Uber. I said, if you're delayed in getting there, I said, it's not like I'm trying to be delayed in getting there. It's the fact I had to take care of Doordash first. I want to take care of both of them because I'm trying to get my acceptance rate back up there on Uber just as much as I am Doordash, because my acceptance rate on Uber is kind of declining as well, because it's I was near 60, now it's at 57%. And I got to get it back up there so I can stay in platinum. Otherwise, I'm going to have to schedule, and I don't want to do that. So, because now you have
In
to
a
schedule
quarter
if you're
mile, turn
gold.
right
And I don't
on
want to
North
do
Riley
that. I
Highway.
don't want to go back to gold. The orders won't be so good as gold either. Just because he doesn't want to valet service, just because he's delivering something. Right. You know, because if you park up there, they're going to ask to valet, and then they're going to say, well, if you're not going to valet, they're going to ask you to move. Otherwise, they tow your car.
Turn right on North Riley Highway.
Yeah. Because that's just for valet parking only, not up there. That's why I had to do that. And I'm not paying $200 for a towing charge. Because down here, it gets towed all the way to Delaware and South in Indianapolis. That's $200. And I'm not doing that. Yeah, nobody wants their car towed and stuff because it's more pricey to get back, and it's just doing a free parking space. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to tell you, trying to remember who it was. It was Austin. Yeah, it was Austin Dashes. Yeah, David, Austin Dashes one time. He was downtown in before he moved to Vegas. When he was in Texas, when he was in Austin, he parked downtown somewhere. He was doing a downtown dash, and he said he was only going. He had to go and take an order upstairs to an apartment someplace, and he was only going to be gone a few minutes. When he came back, guess what? They put some of those things around his car because he parked in a spot he shouldn't have parked in. And he had to pay $130 to get those off so he could do it again. $130 unnecessary expense because of parking. And then PJ Hustler, the guy that's in Chicago. He one time had to take an order upstairs to an apartment, and he parked in a spot that he shouldn't have parked in. Next thing you know, he's live on the air, and they're towing his car. A tow truck came by or something, and they towed his car, and you watched his car being towed live on the air, and he had to get a ride to go and get it.
Quarter mile, continue straight through the roundabout onto North State Road 9.
You can't just park anywhere you want to without there being consequences. Yeah, the tire boots. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, boot. It happened to Austin Dashes. Yeah, David Austin Dashes. Yeah, it happened to him before he moved to Vegas. Yeah. Oh, he was livid. and he just came on and said, guys, don't take this, think that you can just park anywhere. Oh, I'm only going to be gone for a couple minutes. In that couple minutes, you're going to pay an expense you don't want to pay. Because he didn't think they were going to put boots on it right away. And he wasn't gone that long. And then with PJ, going upstairs to an apartment. It must have been a real high-rise apartment because I think it was a big building, but nevertheless, he parked in a spot he shouldn't have. Watching his car get towed.
Straight through the roundabout onto North State Road 9.
That's why I say you got to be careful. You can't just go about your merry way and think that everything you do, that nobody's going to care. That's why I say beware of the unexpected, because you never know. No one's going to see me. No one's going to care. I'm only going to be a second. That 1 second or minute or 2 minutes or whatever, it can cost you $130, cost you $200, could even cost you $500. And you get your car towed down here, it goes all the way to Indianapolis, Delaware and South. That's at least $200 to get your car from there. I used to work in downtown Indianapolis. I know where Delaware and South is. I had a friend one time that, went just parked somewhere just like that and said it was only going to be a few minutes. Next thing you know, I wasn't there, but the next thing you know, he told me that, they towed the car. And he didn't have the money, so he asked me to help him get it out. Can't play games with that, guys. You don't park in those spots that those park with the blue chairs and all that kind of stuff if you don't have the parking sticker. You got to watch where you park, because you never know. It'll only be a minute. No, that minute could cost you, and could cost you a lot. Especially when it comes to downtown, whatever money they can get from you to help make the city happen, that's what they're going to do. And you don't want to give money unnecessarily. We give enough money as it is from our incomes. We give them enough as it is. We don't want to give them stuff unnecessarily. That's why we got to be careful when we're out on the road. We can't be going out there speeding and passing school bus, things like that. We can't be doing that kind of stuff. We have a responsibility. And we got to hold ourselves accountable so we can make sure.
Pick up on the left.
That we do the right thing, and not do things that that's going to cost us, because you don't want an unnecessary expense, especially if you're trying to get ahead in life, and you think that you're going to that you want to, if there's something that you really want to do, you don't want an unnecessary expense. Then all that money and stuff that you worked for, which really made David mad, and PJ too, they're out there hustling, working hard, trying to get the money to try to get ahead, and then something like that happens, and they both ended up, losing more than what they made, all because they thought they could get away with a shortcut. Sometimes shortcuts don't work, guys. Sometimes they don't. I'll be right back. All right. Yeah, they said that this was in a certain aisle, and I couldn't find it in that aisle, so I went and got an associate, and he looked at it and said, "That's not in that aisle. Why did they tell you that?" And I said, "I don't know. It's in this aisle." And I said, "Okay, it's what I thought." Yeah. And he took me right to it. It was on the back. It was on the back shelf in one way. He said, "Here's what it is." I said, "Is there a way you can tell him what aisle it is?" And I said, "Yeah." So I finally told him. So, all right. See, where are we going to? Okay. Wow. Hey, Carol, welcome in. New York have the tire locks for tickets, speeding, and parking. Yeah. Hey, Jose, welcome in. There's Indy. Delaware South is owned by Interstate Towing now. I said, what did I say? What did it say, Indy? State Towing now. The downtown location is now closed. Oh, okay. Well, then I guess it's going somewhere else now. Okay. But some places here it says, the signs are still there. I mean, even though it may have changed, the signs still say, see, your car's towed at owner's expense to Delaware and South.
New message from Braden B. Can you put the eye drops in the mailbox?
No, I cannot do that. No.
Turn right on South Pike Street.
No, I cannot do that. That's against the law. Okay. I can put it on top of the mailbox, but I cannot put it inside the mailbox.
In a quarter mile, make a slight right.
You all heard that. You all heard what the customer asked. You cannot do that. That's against the law. Okay, I gotta go down here.
Make a right, right turn on Columbia Avenue.
Yep, that's where I want to go anyway. Yep. Yeah, you all heard that. Please put in the mailbox. No, I cannot do that. That's
Just ahead,
against the
turn
law.
left on South Harrison Street.
Yeah. I don't care what a customer says. Even if they take the tip away, I'm not going to do that. So, law's the law, guys. You can't do something stupid like that. Just because a customer wants you to do it, doesn't mean that you do it. I don't care if they add extra tip or whatever the case may be. You cannot do that. You can't look at yourself. You got to follow the law. The law says nothing goes in the mailbox, especially during the weekday. Because when I used to deliver papers years ago, I had a supervisor tell me, well, it's Sunday. You can put the Sunday paper, in the mailbox with the lid down, and nobody cared. I wasn't going to do that. I don't care what day it was. You don't do that. It's against the law. You don't do that. You make money with towing cars. Exactly. That's why I say you got to watch yourself. I said, these cities and states, they're relentless with wanting to take your money for any kind of stupidity that they can catch you doing. Because there's people out there that are so, careless with stuff that they're going to try to take advantage of it. And you don't want to give them that opportunity. Again, it's unexpected stuff. It doesn't have to be what happened to Kyle. It can be stuff like that. Unexpected. You don't want to do anything unnecessarily to cost you money because you just wanted to save a little time. Sometimes it takes a little extra time to do stuff. They say, well, why do you park so far in front, away from McDonald's? I do that because I don't mind walking. And two, there's a lot of problems with parking over there. And I would rather just walk and find a different way, to get there. I mean, if they give me a bad rating for not putting in the mailbox, I can, the message is on there. I can call up Uber and tell them they wanted me to break the law. So if I get a bad rating over this, I want that rating taken away because I'm following the law before anybody tells me to do something that I'm not supposed to do. I'm not paying a fine or spending time in jail for something that somebody wants me to do. That's wrong. I'm not going to do that.
In a quarter-mile drop-off.
Which side is it on? That's the question.
Drop-off.
Guess it has to be this guy here. Yep, it is. Okay. Okay. You'll say hello. Unfortunately, I cannot fulfill your request. Because I am not allowed to put anything in a mailbox per law. I can put it next to the mailbox. Or your door. And I need a 4-digit code. Plus, I have to have a 4-digit code too. So let's just see what they say. People are lazy. They don't think what will happen to someone else. Right, exactly. Now he's probably not going to respond. So that means I have to get a hold of support, and then support is going to have to call him and, and tell him, I can't complete this delivery unless I have the 4-digit code. So then support's going to have to call him to get the code. Otherwise, I'm going to have to take this back to the store. So I'm just going to sit here and wait for an agent because I haven't heard from them. So I'm going to let an agent handle this. Okay, he's coming out. Okay. He's probably going to be upset, but yeah. Yeah. Here he comes. Yeah. Hello. You have a good day. Good, he was understanding. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. But at least I let support know that I was asked to do that, and that's against the law. So, yeah. But he needed to give me a code anyway. All right. So let me back up here. We'll get Doordash back on. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay. Order completed, and customer knows now how we deliver. Thank you for your help. Yeah, this is hard to get out of here, guys. Okay. Very hard to get out of here. Man. Ugh. All right. We'll resume the dash. Okay, let's see. Can I get out of here now? Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, I'll just do that. I'll just put yes. All right. All right. Well, the dirty stack is complete, so we're gonna as soon as I get up here, I'm gonna put the It's About Time is the dirty stack song now. So even though we're doing this thing for Kyle, we can still play this for dirty stack, because that's something completely different, guys. So here we go. What is that all about? Customer wanted me to put an order in the mailbox, and I couldn't do that. That's against the law. Plus, he had to give a four-digit code. I can't deliver it without his code anyway. Was a code, four-digit PIN code that they do a lot of times. Customers, if they're frequent customers that call all the time to say they don't get their order, if they had problems, they give them a code the next time they deliver, and we have to provide the code, otherwise they don't get the order. Yes, there you go, guys. That's the new song for Dirty Stacks, and that's also my opening. But because of what we're doing for Kyle today, that was not an appropriate opening. But it is appropriate for a Dirty Stack, though. So, yeah. But for Kyle, no, I had to use a different. Opening. Well, one that I've used for a long time that really was just Roy Delivery's opening whenever he did gig work. He doesn't use that opening very opening. But yeah, it was very shocking, to say the least, about Kyle. I couldn't believe it. I mean, when my fellow gig tuber, Dirty Stack, when you do Doordash and Uber at the same time, if let's say I was on my way to deliver a Doordash order, I get an Uber Eats order, I click on it, and I'm delivering both orders and trying to get them both to the customer at the same time. Get them both delivered on time. Ooh, we got an order here. What we got? Got 2 orders at Dunkin', another $9. Okay. It's going 4 miles. That's all right. So we'll take it. That's one step closer to getting the 50, guys. Yeah. Yeah, I was glad. I mean, that was a young teenager, that came out there to pick that up, and I was like, man, I said, I'm sorry to tell you, but did you, that no, no delivery driver is allowed to put anything in a mailbox because it's against the law if we do that. Okay, we could get in serious trouble, and you could get in serious trouble for asking us to do so. So, just for future reference, we can bring it to the door. We can leave it next to the mailbox, but we can't put it in the mailbox. He goes, okay, all right, I'll remember that. I said, if I don't want it to come to the door, I'll just put it next to the mailbox. Yes, that is acceptable. They don't care about that. But they do, but if you put it in the mailbox, yeah, you can't do that. $16.56 for half a dozen donuts. Oh no. Jeez. I used to work at Dunkin' Donuts back when I was a teenager, when I was in high school. I mean, after my dad passed away, my mother was in '82. My mother was really having a hard time, and even though I had to do homework and that kind of stuff, I mean, we were really starting to get short on money, so I had to get like a little part-time job as a porter in Dunkin' Donuts. And I had to do that. And you know what the price of a dozen donuts was back then, Indy? This was 1983. You know what the price was? $2.69. That's what it was for a dozen donuts back then. It's like, how do you remember all that? When you rung that up in the cash register all the time, that's, all that stuff sticks with you. Donuts were 35 cents. Coffee was, 50 cents. And you got free refills. If you just got coffee, you had to pay like 25 cents for a refill. But if you got it with something else, then, like a special or something like that, then it was free. But you couldn't just get coffee by itself. You had to get something else with it in order to get the free. So, the free refill. At least that's the way it was in that store. I can't say for all stores, but that was the way the manager designed it. You had to pay. If you just got coffee by itself, you had to pay for a refill. But if you got it with a special, or like you got a couple donuts or something like that, then the refill was free. But you had to get something else, otherwise you couldn't have a free refill. I mean, he was a great guy to work for. He was just that way. You said he wasn't trying to be mean. It's just that, he liked to have things done in bulk. Okay, very good boss. I mean, very good boss. I was happy to work for him. All right, guys, we're here at Dunkin'. I'm going to go pick this up. I'll be right back. Hey, Foxfire, welcome in. All right. Be right back, guys. I gotta do these one at a time. So let's see. We gotta do the first one first. There we go. Okay. Okay, I can't verify the items, but we can take a receipt. All right. All right, there's hers. Go on the top. Now we go to the bottom one. Okay. All right. 2 glazed and ice, and let's RD charges a tip of paying over $25. Huh. All right. Yeah, there is absolutely no way that, yeah, the price of a dozen donuts, that's crazy. I just remember, like I said, when I worked there, 1983, okay, the time that I started, you know, when I first started over there, you know, and this goes back a long way, okay, and everybody say, how do you remember this? I'm like, okay, when I started there, Michael Jackson's Billie Jean was the 3rd week at #1. That's when I started. And they say, man, how in the world do you remember that? I said, well, you worked there, as long as I did. Some of the stuff that I remember, I said, yeah, I don't have, whenever it came to school, and stuff like that, I didn't have the best memory. But when it came to, things and situations and stuff, I had an impeccable memory. That's why I remember birthdays so well. And,
Drive southwest on State Road 44 for 1 mile.
Some things, guys, just stick with you. No matter how many years has gone by, they stick with you. But yeah, it's just crazy. One plus 89 interesting. You're getting $9 orders. See how things correlate, Dean? Yeah. See how things correlate?
Turn left onto East Michigan Road.
And like I said, this is Little One's day. And does Little One and Kyle had similar personalities? Yes. Very similar. And do you think that, that Little One's probably going to win the race today? Yes, I think so. Only needs $139, and you get the $50. That's only $89. It's getting there. Can you win before it does today? Yeah.
500 feet. Turn right onto East Michigan Road.
Because if Little One does do it, there's something that I have to do. So, yeah. Because remember, it's the first one to 500, and the way things are going right now, there's a good chance that's probably going to happen. It all depends on what time the rain gets here, though, too. So, all that depends. You'll be at 78 after this, okay?
Turn left onto Serrano Road.
Now that was $7 for that Uber order, so. But that was all base pay.
Turn right onto Ellington Drive.
Yeah, that was a young teenager. I know he didn't tip anything. That was all base pay. That's what that was. I'm pretty sure he didn't tip anything. But he learned a valuable lesson today that, nobody is allowed to put anything in a mailbox. Because not only would the driver get in trouble, but so would he for requesting it. They don't
right
play
onto
with that
Ellington
stuff,
Drive.
guys. That's federal. Yeah.
In 900 feet, turn right onto High Point Boulevard.
That's the only thing I don't like about streets right here is the fact that, you know, you park on one side of the street. I mean, I get it. I said, there's 22 going to be like 14 point miles, like 6 to 7 items. Well, the items is good, and I'm not sure about the miles, but the items is good, though.
Turn right onto High Point Boulevard. Then 631 High Point Boulevard, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA will be on the left.
Okay.
631 High Point Boulevard, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA is on the left.
All right. So it's this one here in the back. Okay, take the back one. Yep, sure is. All right. Be right back, guys. Okay. Closer around the same mileage. Dax, welcome in, Dax. Yeah. Yeah, Dax, tribute to Kyle Busch today. Absolutely unexpected, absolutely astonishing to say the least. Couldn't believe it when Indy came on my live stream yesterday and told me about it. I mean, at first I didn't want to believe it. Not to say that I couldn't believe someone, that Indy wasn't telling the truth or anything, but I just had to really see for myself if it was really true. And then when I saw all the pages light up and all the social media and the news and stuff like that, it's like, yeah, it's true. You didn't want to believe it. I'm telling you, you did not want to believe it. But yeah, unfortunately, it's true. Very sad day for NASCAR. Very sad day.
Drive west on High Point Boulevard.
Oh, it's going to have me go this
Then
way.
turn left onto Amos Road.
Is it going to have me go down Howard?
In a quarter mile, turn
Yep,
right onto
sure
Howard
is.
Street.
Saving all that time. You know I get racing info fast. Yeah. I really did not want to believe it, Indy. I really didn't. Not to say that I wouldn't believe you. It was so unbelievable to hear that. I thought that can't be
Turn
true.
right
It can't
onto
be.
Howard Street.
It can't be. So I mean, I just had to see for myself. Not that I didn't trust you or anything. I just had to see for myself, and sure enough, it's all over. It's like Indy was right. I didn't want to believe it, but oh, yep. And like I said, it just goes to show, guys, that you never know. You never know. The thing is, are you on the right path? Are you prepared for anything? Yeah. And that's one of the things about that movie, about that song that it came on there, the movie Time Changer. That it should be a movie that everyone should watch. That everyone. Yes, you learn some things in the movie, but at the same time, there are funny parts to it, and it's designed that way to not only be entertaining, but also informative at the same time. And the director, the producers of the film, made it that way, and they did a fantastic
Turn
job
left onto
of
Van
doing it.
Avenue.
Because they mix it in, they get the message out, but at the same time, they
In a quarter mile,
they do it
turn
in a
right onto
comic
South
way
Pike Street.
to where it keeps your attention throughout there, and that's what it was meant to do. I was kind of glad they sent me this way. That way I didn't have to drive through town to get here. I don't like to be on 44 sometimes to get there. I like going this back way. Now, I wouldn't be surprised, since I'm down here, if I would get a Speedway offer. Wouldn't surprise me a bit if I did. Since Speedway's just right down the street.
Turn right onto South Pike Street. Then, in 200 feet, 937 South Pike Street, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176, USA will be on the left.
Okay. This is a frequent customer down here.
937 South Pike Street, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176, USA is on the left.
Okay. All right, we'll drop this off. We'll be right back. This is a frequent customer. I haven't had them in a while, but I used to deliver this all the time when I first came here to Shelbyville. Three more deliveries, guys. 3 to go. 3 more deliveries for the 50. Discovered yesterday one of your mom's cousins, a very aggressive cancer that's killed 2 others, and it's the same aggressive one that many people think about. Man. He was this pit firefighter here in his last 2 wins at Brickyard. Oh, really? Huh. Did not know that. 3 more deliveries, guys. 3 more. 3 to go for the 50. 3 to go. It is 9 o'clock, though. So I know things start close to 9 o'clock. Things do start slowing down. But this is Friday. I do get a lot of Dunkins. I've already had 2. So I'm going to go ahead and go down there. Since Dunkin' seems to be, anytime it's a Friday, I do get a lot of Dunkins. Sometimes I get 4 or 5 orders from Dunkin'. So we'll see. We shall see. Three to go. 3 to go. And we got a dirty stack also, in the book too, so that definitely helps. So this afternoon, provided that the rain will stay away, whoever I put on the on the front of the little one's car, that's the one who will win the merchandise. I am working on that right now, guys. So I'm just having a few technical difficulties with it, but I am working on that merchandise store. So I started working on it last night, had a couple of technical things going wrong. So the rain, it's too much rain. Exactly. Too much. Way too much. We had so much of it last year in April, And now this year they wanted to make it in May. I'm just hoping that it's not going to rain so much now and not do anything, in the late summer months. Like it happened in the year that my mom passed away in 1991. It rained so much throughout that whole time. Then in July and August and September, it didn't do anything. Yeah. And the Yellow Jackets were extremely relentless that year because there was no rain. I mean, they were highly aggressive that year. You need rain to keep them at bay. I mean, if you didn't have the spray around, they would be flying around your house, flying around your trash and everything. You had to have all kinds of spray that year. Not to mention that it was dry and the grass looked horrible, and it was a dark year for me anyway. Then you see the grass and all that kind of stuff. It was bad. The rain stopped me because it's really severely bad. Yes. Well, that's the thing too. Even though it may rain, like I said, a light rain, maybe possibly a little steady, but as long as it's light, it's okay. But not those heavy downpours and stuff to where, even if you have the best windshield wipers, it still, makes it rough to see. That stuff I will not dash in. This rain system is slow moving, expected to at least get another week of it. Yeah, it's crazy. It really is. And it's supposed to rain during the race too. I don't know if Charlotte's going to get rain this week, because that's where the Coca-Cola 600 is as well. Yeah, but 2 big races this weekend, and rain could play a role in it. So we'll go back over there by Dunkin' and Starbucks and see if we get anything. It's only 9 o'clock, so you just never know. All I need is 3, guys. I only need 3. 3 more orders. And another dirty stack would be good too. I'd love to see that. I had 2 last night. Because that song is not only my opening song, not today, of course, but it's going to be my opening song and also my new Dirty Stack song. So, you had a Dirty Stack yesterday morning? Oh, okay. Dean had a good one yesterday. Yeah, it was right before I had mine. He said he had I think, didn't he say he had a triple dirty one? I think he said he had a triple dirty one. I know those are really hard to do, but Dean seems to be getting a lot of those and pretty successful at it. Another one that was pretty successful at those triple dirty stacks, the NOLA grind. If you ever seen the NOLA grind in action, yeah, he was an expert at dirty stacks too, and would get triples and knew what he was doing. So, hey, Marines Army Mom, welcome in. Yeah. You ended up picking up the same merchant between DoorDash and Ubers. Oh, okay. Yeah, those are good to have. Like say if you're at Pizza Hut and you get a DoorDash and Uber from the same place, or you're at McDonald's, you get a DoorDash and an Uber from McDonald's. Yeah, that makes it even better. then you're delivering those, and all of a sudden, while you're in the middle of doing those, you get another order from one of the platforms. You do your triple dirty. Yeah, that's sweet. I mean, you can also do a triple dirty. You can get a Doordash, an Uber Eats, and a Spark all at the same time. That you can do, because you can put the Spark off last and take care of the other two. Has anybody ever done that? Dean, have you ever done that? And there's Vicky again. Oh, Vicky. Yeah. Indy's probably done it. Dean's probably done it. Having 3 of them, Doordash, Uber, and Spark all at the same time. You're still on your vacation. Just want to say hello and give you a thumbs up. I appreciate that. I very much appreciate that. Thank you for joining. I know that vacation is, you enjoy your vacation, but I certainly appreciate you coming in and giving the thumbs up and visiting. You're always welcome anytime. You did a quad? Oh, okay. So you probably added a Grubhub in there too. So you had a Doordash, Uber Eats, Grubhub, and a Spark at the same time. I know that would be extremely difficult to do, but it can be done, I guess. It can be done, so we'll see. Just park over here by Starbucks just to see. And plus Dunkin's over here too. If I get another one of those, I'll be right here. So 4 apps, 4 pickup, 4 drops. Yep. It certainly takes some organization to try to do something like that, trying to figure out, okay, who's first, who's second. Uber, Doordash, Grubhub, and Roadie. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think with Roadie, I think it's kind of like Spark. That's kind of, can be the last. You got to take care of the other 3 first. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. I definitely can see that. Okay, so we got 37 here on Doordash, and we got $7 on Uber. So we're sitting at $44 right now. $44 we're sitting at. But we got 3 more orders to do for Doordash to get the 50. So, yeah, we just need 3 more orders. So I guess I'll go ahead and raise up the 3 more orders before the rain comes. We don't know when the rain is supposed to be. See, you're almost at 50 mark. Yep. Just need 3 more orders. 3 more. And the $50 does count towards the little one's total. So only need $139. So $139, that puts her at $500. That's the win. I'll tell you what, this is definitely a hard-fought $50, I'm telling you. I mean, I could have done a lot more on Doordash yesterday if it wasn't for that stupid Aldi order that took forever. It wasn't a bad order at all. The only problem is that, you pick up an item and you scan, and it's, there's 3 different ways the customer wants it. It'll show like they want it, non-ripe or somewhat ripe or ripe. And they wanted somewhat ripe. Okay, so I pick it up and scan it, and then it says on there, good news, your dasher found that what it was you wanted. So then it says you send the message. It wouldn't send the message. I kept doing it over and over and send the message. So I get on and call support, and I tell support what's going on. And they tried to do something on their end. They told me to do all the stuff. Put force errors, close it out, all that stuff, even though I'd already done it earlier. Clear the cache, do all that stuff, do everything. And then So then I did while they were still on. And I told them, hey, I did everything you asked. I did it all. And still, I can't send this. So then they tell me, I said, okay, well, in this situation, the only thing that you can do is to say that the item is not there. And I told them, I said, yes, but that would be lying. Okay, I have it, but I mean, so you're basically asking me to lie. And they said, well, it's the only way that you can, either that or you want to sign the order. And it's like, I'm not going to unassign the order. I'm at 96%. I'm not going down to 95% on that. I can't. They say it's the only way we can do it. We will mark it on our end that you were unable to do this, and it won't count against you. And I said, I hope not. But I told you, I don't like having to lie like that. And they said, we've marked that in the notes. This is the only way that you can do it. So anyway, so I said it wasn't there. So then they said any similar. So I picked it up, and it's actually, so I picked up the actual order. Then when I scanned it that time, then, it accepted it. So, and I wrote down in the notes at the end that, what I was told by the representative, so I don't have any repercussions on this. This is, you have in your records that this is not going to count against me. And if it does, you better believe I'm going to be on the phone first thing, and you're going to have to explain yourself. So, deliver that, just accepted an order for 10-8, got canceled 2 minutes later, still got paid. Yeah, I don't have too many of those, but yeah, where you still get paid. Because, I mean, sometimes with Uber, if an order gets canceled, just like that one time with the 2 pizzas that went to a field. They canceled the order, but they didn't give me a pay for it. They just told me to kindly dispose of the product somewhere. So, yeah. Oh, that was a dumb order. That was ridiculous. I mean, you literally saw me in the regular season of the Ohio State Dash. I mean, that was right near the end of the lunch dash. You see me sitting there at a field, 3 different apps telling me to go to that field. And it's like, I couldn't believe it. I mean, to this day, to even think about that, I mean, it's hilarious. Just, I mean, the stupid things that you got to go through. But again, it's unexpected stuff, guys. Very unexpected. You got to prepare for anything. That's why I say every day is an adventure. And it's how you go about your adventure. And even if you hit a roadblock, kind of like Kyle did, getting prepared to do something he absolutely loved and was trying to plan to win something even at his age, win one of the most biggest races of NASCAR, the second biggest one of the year, the Coca-Cola 600, and then to come to find out he's never going to race again or even be on Earth again. Did that ever cross his mind? I don't think so. Because he knew in his mind that he was a fighter. But unfortunately, it was a fight he lost and didn't realize it. And this is why I say, guys, when something like that happens, especially to someone like him or Chuck Norris or a lot of those others that names that we've known for years, that especially last year that we lost, you got to think, how much time do you really have? And what are you going to do with that time? We're in times right now that we can't waste time, guys, because remember, you're given 24 hours a day. And every minute that you let go or waste is time you will not get back. So this is the time to utilize the time and to make it work for yourself. Make it work for yourself and work for others too. Just like when I was in Greensburg last week, after taking that $40 Uber order. I decided, I was going to do it earlier in the day, but especially, since I got the $40 to go down there, here I get $40. It takes me, for me to make $40 doing this, it takes me almost 3 hours. And I made that in like an hour and 20 minutes or something. So less than half the time. But I decided Hey, we got an order. Let's see. Oh, I'm right here at Denny's. Okay, this is $8.
Drive south.
$8 going
In
4.1
200 feet,
miles.
Turn left.
Little less than
Drive
$2
northeast.
a mile, but it's
Then,
okay.
In 200 feet, turn right.
Okay, so after I deliver this, there'll be 2 left. All right. All right, guys, I'll be right back. I've had this customer before, and he only goes by one name. And if it's the address I think it is, okay. We're taking the back way. Hey, ZD Son, welcome in. I wasn't never really a race fan, but I knew the name Kyle Busch. Yep. Champion he was. Exactly. Yep. Yeah. Like I said, love him or hate him. You know, you had to respect him because of the kind of racer he was. I mean, he was out to win. There was no question about it. Oh, this is a different name. This is different. Okay. All right. So where is this one going? All right. Okay, let's see. Which way do they want me to go?
Southwest, then turn left. Turn right, then turn left.
So turn right here. Well, no, I think
Turn
it went
left on Elite Boulevard.
Okay,
Then
then
turn right.
Okay. Yeah, it was looking like to
Turn
say,
right
which
on
way do you want me to
State
go?
Road 24.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Kyle, like I said, this is a dashing tribute to, to him because, like I said, he was one I definitely respected. I mean, I will say he wasn't one of my favorites, but I do.
Continue for 3 miles.
Yeah. But I definitely respected him. All right, he just got a pharmacy delivered to Jasper, Indiana. Oh, well, I was at Jasper once. Yeah, my parents had some friends in Kentucky, and had to go through Jasper. This was a long time ago. I mean, that tells you how long ago it was, but we had to go through Jasper to go visit them. So I've been to Jasper before. Jasper, Ferdinand, yeah. Jasper. Indians. Oh, okay. Anyway, I'm just saying, Jasper and Ferdinand, I've been down through there. Yeah, this guy here. Yeah, I was just there last week, I think, delivering to this guy in there. Yeah, now I remember. Yeah, I remember the house that I'm supposed to deliver to. Yeah. What would you do without your frequents, guys? What would you do? Now you're driving to the rain. Uh-oh. Oh, well, little one, get two more before the rain starts. Hey, Tanya, welcome in. Thank you very much. We'll give you a cheer as soon as I drop this off. We'll give you a cheer. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. We'll give you a cheer when... Yeah, we certainly don't want rain right now. We got 2 more. After this, we got 2 more to go. So... 2 more orders to get the 50. You got too much of this, of the rain. There's not too many places around here that can take too much for it, because it'd be so saturated to where it's going to go over the road. That you definitely don't want. I mean, some places, further south than here, it's really flooded. And that's not good. Again, unexpected stuff, guys. Stuff that we were prepared for, just like all the snow back, back on the East Coast. Were they prepared for it? Or the ice that was down south during that time, were they prepared for it? You just never know what's around the corner. And you think, well, it can't happen to me. And then when it does, you're like, I wasn't prepared. It's better to be prepared and for it not to happen than to not be prepared and it does happen. That's the mentality we got to be, guys. We got to prepare for anything. It doesn't matter what it is. We got to prepare for anything. You just do not know what's around the corner. You have no idea what event is going to happen that will snap the finger and change the whole outcome of what it is you were planning to do. Just like it was with hey, Colleen, welcome in. Appreciate it, Colleen, as always. Thank you. Said your favorite NASCAR driver's gift to leave. He was your favorite? Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, I've seen you wearing his hat before, that M&M's hat. I've seen you wear that, yeah. I've seen you wear that. I sure have. I remember that. Yeah, everybody's stunned. Even I was when Indy told me on my live stream yesterday. I was like, "What?" I mean, I really did not want to believe it. I really didn't. Not to say he was lying or anything, but I didn't want to believe it. So I just thought, okay, I'll find out for myself to find out if it was really true. And then when I saw it all over social media, then I'm like, he was right. It is true. You can't believe it. And that's why I say, guys, you think that, you got it all set up and, think that, tomorrow's just another day. Well, what if your tomorrow doesn't come like it did with him? What if your tomorrow doesn't come? Everybody's saying, oh, he's just going to be out for the race. Okay. They weren't planning to say that he's not only going to be out for the race, but he's never going to see a racetrack ever again. That he's never going to see his family again. They weren't prepared to say that. And his wife and kids weren't prepared to know that he was never going to return. That they were going to have to do something else. I don't want to say the words because I don't like saying those words because I've had to do that so many times in my life. Because I had to do it so much when, up until the age of 24 that I just, I just didn't want to say it anymore because I got tired of it. I know it's inevitable, but at the same time, you just don't want to talk about it. Especially when I lost the two most important people in my life in 82 and 91, 9 years apart.
You will arrive at 301 Sunset Drive, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176, USA.
And he's right up here where they're riding.
You have arrived at 301 Sunset Drive, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176, USA.
All right. All right, guys, I'm going to drop this off. I'll be right back. Colleen was looking beautiful the other day. Yeah, I haven't really been able to watch her because of what's been going on my W-2, but from some of the live highlights, I will agree with that. Nice little young man that's riding his scooter there. Oh, we're going to have one left. Which one, though? Of course. All right. It's got to be up there, Rampart Road, but whatever. It's one more closer, guys. One more closer. I got to drive up there to Rampart, but that's okay. It gives me time to charge that up a little bit, and for me to, we're going to be down to one. Down to one. Can we get this 50 before 10 o'clock? Can it happen?
North Miller Street. In 400 feet, turn left onto West Pennsylvania
No,
Street.
I'll go to mechanic first before I go there. It's hard to turn left there, so I'd rather take the light.
Turn
Thank
left
you.
onto West Pennsylvania Street.
Now let me take the light. Thank you. Yeah. Those pictures were so adorable, Kaylee. Oh, there's Kaylee's in there. All right. Yeah. Let's see. Where to? Food?
Drive south on North Miller Street. Then, in 200 feet, turn left onto West Mechanic Street.
Yeah, this is where I need to be here. But now, go ahead. You're turning right. You go ahead. All right. Well, whatever. Right turn goes first, but whatever.
Continue for a half mile.
It's in the rule book. Right turn goes first. But I appreciate it. You know, for those that say, "How do you know all that? How do you know the rule book when when you were 16, you took the?" I said, "There's there's some things that stick with you." And that was one of them. That was one of them. I paid attention to all that, unlike some of the donkey drivers we see out here that Dean and I encounter all the time.
Turn left onto North Harrison Street, State Route 9.
I'm sure those that that study that rule book there probably forgot what was in there. I haven't. I mean, we both got there at the same time. Right turn goes before the left. So, yeah.
Continue for a half mile. In a quarter mile, enter the roundabout and take the second exit onto North Riley Highway.
I mean, like I said, I wasn't the best in school. I had I wasn't the greatest learner. Because, I mean, I was basically a C student. But
Enter the roundabout and take the second exit onto North Riley Highway.
But some things, especially when it comes to the real world, just like Billy Joel said in his song "You're Only Human," you learn more from the mistakes you make in life than you will learn ever in school.
Continue for 1 mile.
And how right he was when he said that. And that's this movie, Time Changers, same thing. It explains that message only in a different way. You learn more, you learn more from experience than you learn from anything you ever learned in school. And that's what I found in this movie. That's why I recommend this movie to everybody, Time Changer. It will make you think. It will make you see things in a different light. And it's a movie I recommend everybody see. That's why I took the song from that. I mean, if you liked the shows The Love Boat with Captain Steubing, or you liked Barney Miller, Those two characters are in this movie. And they do a fine job, let me tell you. They never lost their touch in this movie. You know, they did a very good job of being supporting actors to the main character.
In a half mile, turn left onto West Rampart Road.
Yes, Colleen. Yeah. See, Colleen, see what we all think of you? Yeah. See why we push so hard for you to get over the top there on monetization? You're one of those channels with the gift of gab. People can come to you, watch your channel and feel better about themselves because of how you are. You're as caring a person as you are. And for the fact that you wore that, you deserve to have a spotlight today just as much as Kyle does, only in a different way. And we appreciate you. I appreciate everyone in this community, especially for those, that would have helped one another, because that's what we do. Yeah.
Turn right, then turn right.
It's what we do. We help bring each other, we help one another get to the next level. And I don't do it, just to do it to make myself look good. I do it because, everyone deserves to have an opportunity to go to the next level. Everybody does.
Rampart Road, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA is on the left.
Okay. Started up pretty good. All right. All right. All right, guys. Let me go in here. I'm going to fix this a little bit crooked there. All right. All right. Let me go in here and pick this up. I'll be right back. Ready to go. All right. All right. Get saddled up here before I hit this button. Okay. Where are we going? Of course, we're going over there. We'll meet under the garage. Okay. So I'll just go through the back way then. But at least I can get there through going south on 9 instead of having to turn from that area over there by Blue Agave. All right. Okay, I knew that I was gonna have to wait for them. All right. what was that? That wait took longer than it should have? What? If that was the customer saying that, I'm going to tell them, I said, well, I think a lot of the reason why it took longer was because there were probably other dashers that turned it down. And yeah, that's what it was. And if they say that to me, I'm just going to tell them when I go up there and collect the pin, I'm going to tell them that, I apologize for that, but I'm sure it was passed around to several dashers before it got to me. Yeah. And I'm going to say, I don't know why they turned it down, but they're independent contractors. They can turn it down, but it was got to me and, so I was happy to deliver it to you. I'm just sorry that other dashers turned it down, but don't punish me because of what they did. Because I could have done the same thing to you, but I'm going for $50. So. Some customers just don't get it. So before I go drop it off over there, I'm going to see if it was the customer that said that, and I'm just going to tell them, I apologize, but I'm sure that there were other dashers that had it before me, and they turned it down. And, it was longer than it should have. I agree. But the longer it gets passed down, then the longer it takes for you, and I apologize for that. I mean, the dashers, when they're offered it, they don't have to take it. Then it keeps passed around until someone gets it, and I know that it's not fair to you because of the fact that you have to wait, or it might be cold, or whatever the case may be. You can always call Doordash and get a refund, but I'm going to explain to you that these dashers don't have to accept your order. They don't have to take it. And for the one that does, if you're going to end up punishing the one who took it at the end because other dashers turned it down, that's not fair. So let's just see what they say here. I mean, I'm going to be polite, but I'm also just going to say, I'm doing it. So, we're doing what we can do out here. And it's not like I can park right here. Good. I can park. Okay. Instead of having to park there, I can park right here. So, all right. Now let's just see if they're the one that said that. Let's take a look. Oh, it wasn't the customer. Listen to this, guys. Longer wait than expected. That wait took longer than it should have. Get $3 extra per delivery on your next 3. Check your app. Okay. It wasn't the customer. This must be little one's day or something. I don't know, despite the fact what we're doing. All right, let me go meet this customer. I'll be right back because I got to collect a pin. We have one to go. One lap. White flag. White flag for the 50. Not necessarily white flag for the race, but white flag for the 50. So, and we're almost at $50 See, on this Dash too, well, we're over 50 because I didn't count the Uber. So we're at $49 on the Dash plus the 7 I got on the Uber. So we're at 56. Ooh, I thought that was it. Okay. All right, so I cannot turn left up there, so I got to go back to the other side. So we'll go ahead and do that. It's time for maybe a Kroger shopping order. Haven't had one of those yet today. Or it could be time to get an Uber too, so you never know. You're just waiting on your next order. Okay. See, should I go by Dunkin' since I get a lot of Dunkins on Friday? Possibly. I think maybe I will go that way. 1 to go, guys. We still got 23 minutes before 10 anyway, so yeah. See, where's your DoorDash order? Just joking. Hey, Jaden, welcome in. Appreciate you joining. Yeah. 1 to go for the 50. 1 to go. 1 to go. And every time I hear that, I'm hoping that there's an order that follows it, but nope. I think that was the Uber tip. Donuts. Yep. Well, I get a lot of Dunkins on Fridays. I've had 2 already. Sometimes I've had as many as 5 orders of Dunkin' on Fridays. Friday just seems to be the day for Dunkins, and that's the way it was usually. The last time I dashed on Friday, though, I didn't have a single one. But this one I've already had 2, so we'll see. Yeah, the last time I was down there, I ended up getting a Denny's. So you just never know. If you're at the right place at the right time, you get it. Yeah. Now heading to Whitestown. Oh. Yeah, where I worked for 5 years in Whitestown. 5 peak seasons. And those were long days. Those were long days, let me tell you. I don't miss it at all. I mean, the work wasn't bad. I mean, I was picking, I was moving around and picking stuff for the shelves, for the customers. I was doing that. I mean, that part I liked really well. That part I liked. I just didn't like the long hours. Hey, here we go. It's Taco Bell. Okay, let's see which one.
Drive south on North Vine Street. Drive north on North Vine Street. Then bear right onto Walker Street.
Okay, so it's going to that one. So I guess I'm taking the longer way to get there. So, okay.
In 800 feet.
Yeah, it's going to have me turn around, and that's fine. I'm okay with that. Guys, I think we're going to get this done. Yeah. And we're going to do it before 10. So I'm going to go out here, come out coffee, and go back.
Turn right onto Dallas Street.
All right.
In 600 feet, turn right onto Coffee Lane.
Yep. Taco Bell, your favorite. Yep. So we get to play the song again once we get it done. I just got to have confirmation that we got the 50. So, all right.
In 600 feet, turn left onto Morris Avenue.
All right, Sparkles, thank you. Yeah, we will in the star. All right. Yeah. Since I know how to get to Taco Bell, we'll just
turn left onto Morris Avenue.
Okay, I know how to get there, so while we're sitting here waiting, I'll go ahead and do the cheer for Dean and for Dean and for Tanya. So let's go ahead and do that. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. For Dean and Tanya, thank you. You never get incentive? Really? Huh. Well, you get there's Uber incentives out there, and also there's also this Doordash. Well, I guess maybe because you turn down a lot of orders too, maybe because they're terrible orders. I mean, some of these orders I've taken today were questionable. I mean, I know a lot of Dashers, like a couple of the orders I took, I know a lot of Dashers would have turned them down. They would have said, say those miles are kind of dumb, but, it is, I mean, and it probably was. What was that? Okay. All right, let's see. We're going to pick up this Taco Bell. All right. We got 12 on here right now. We're going to watch this. Thank you for all being here. We're going to pick up this last, this order here to get to the 50. So that'll put us over $100 after we drop this order off. Some fart raining knee. Would be nice. Okay, they say the order's ready, but I have to get there first. So I gotta wait on traffic, but hey, it is what it is, This light is very long. But it's all good. And like, to get this, we're gonna do. Yeah. I mean, I would do people, but I mean, that just isn't for me. Yeah. I mean, to each their own if it's preference, and it may make you a little bit more money, but that's just something that just doesn't interest me. I mean, that's all Tornado Garden does. And, but like I said, and I love watching him do it too. The fact that I love, and he puts on that, that spiffy uniform to make him look professional. And, that's what I like about him, is that he does that. I like that uniform he puts on. Makes him look very professional. And that's why I recommend his channel for people to watch, because of, how he does his videos. I like that. People is only as good as the regulars you get. Yep, I've had a couple of regulars today. And what would you do without them? I don't know if this one's a regular or not, but what would you do without your regulars? So since it's Taco Bell, I'll just pull up right here in the front and see where we're going to get here. Okay. All right. Yeah, mobile pickup, so I can park there. Yep. So I will. Okay. All right, guys, I'll be right back. right, here we go. All right. Oh, by the way, while we're here, I said, Colleen, are you still here? Are you still here, Colleen? Let me know if you are. Are you still here? Okay. Let's see. Where are we going here? Oh, the vet clinic. Okay. I don't want to think about that, but yep, they're, they are my they're the 50. Okay. All right. Again, it is a regular customer, so there you go. It is a regular customer. All right. Whew. Well, I guess Colleen had to take off. So, well, anyway, it's okay. Just wanted to let her know that she is the choice today to be put on little one's car today. So, for the fact that she does wear, for Kyle, she is the choice today. So on the second dash, if I do get to do it, she will be on the front of little one's car, and she, because we had the dirty stack already, she will be the recipient of little one merchandise. So when I get that done, I am working on it though. I had some technical difficulties working on it last night, so hopefully I get those ironed out. Then I'll have the shirts ready, and we can get the merchandise done. So all of you know, Colleen will be on little one's car this in the afternoon dash, provided that the rain stays away. So I got to see what it says. Yeah, we're going to get this done before 10. We're going to get this done before 10. And I'm going to like that because I'll be there before 10. Because I know exactly where this place is. All right. But what would you do without your regulars? I've had 3 regulars today. The Denny's order was one of them. This one here, and then there was another, and the one of the Dunkin' orders I had was a frequent. So, well, look at this. I have to go to the truck stop to get it. But I'm okay with it, guys. It'll be another dirty stack. I gotta go up there. Oh.
Send to your pickup at McDonald's 185.
Wow. And it's $15. I don't mind going up there. It's not standing away 100% coming. She might get it before it even comes. She might win this thing. Two dirty stacks. So what I'll do when I get done here, since it'll be 10 o'clock, I'll just end the dash. After I get the 50, I just have to have confirmation that I got it. And then I'll end the dash, end the DoorDash, and then go get the Uber. And just keep Uber on. And then after I get done with the Uber, turn DoorDash back on until the rain comes. Because all she needs is $139 to win the race. So, excuse me on there. But But yes, I do have to, well, no, I don't necessarily have to. I can get on Michigan Road and go up there. I don't have to take the 74, the photo enforced 55 mile an hour. And he knows what I'm talking about. Photo enforced. He knows what I'm talking about. Only thing is, it's going to be hard to turn left on here to go back down there. So, ooh, somebody got nailed up here. We got some indie gig life action right here. Truck driver got nailed. Wonder what they did. I just gotta slow down. You good, $137 with rain delay. Well, the little one only needs 139, so okay. Just park right here. All right, guys, I'm gonna go drop this off. I'll be right back. See, do I need a pin? Of course. All right. All right, guys, it's done. Now I just got to go and get the
Head to your pickup at McDonald's 1851 West 400 North.
All right, but I got to do something, guys. I just wish that Colleen was still here because she'd know exactly what I was going to do, but we made the 50, so little one's got to do this for Kyle. So I'll be right back. I know it'll look silly, but this is what he did. That's what Kyle always used to do when he won a race. So Kyle, yeah, was having fun with you. You were fun to watch. All right, let's go get this order, guys. So we're gonna go ahead and also play.
Head to your pickup at McDonald's 1851 West 400 North.
If I can turn left, that's the question. So we're gonna go ahead and play. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm gonna wait till I get past this truck and this stop here before I do it. But I'll go ahead and get it ready. I already know that I need to get there. So I'm just gonna go ahead and put that on. So get up there. Oh, I'm gonna be able to turn left. Can you believe it? All right. Yeah. But that's what he used to do, Carol. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Every time he'd win a race, that's what he'd do. Yeah. And he did that, put his hands by the eyes because he was doing that for all the haters that hated him. He was letting them know. He said, "You guys can hate me all you want. You know that I'm out here to win. And just because I won, Yeah, I said, you can hate all you want, but you know I won, so if you hate me, that's too bad. I won anyway. So take that. That's what he was doing. But that's the tribute. So you're a Stewart and Kyle fan? Yeah. I was a Casey Kane fan. That's who my driver was. Over at my job where I used to work, there was a lot of Jeff Gordon fans. I mean, yeah, they were more Jeff Gordon. I mean, I had like 3 Tony Stewart fans. I was a Casey Kane fan. There was a couple of them that were Earnhardt Jr. fans. And I think there was one that was one that was a Harvick fan, one that was a Biffle fan, and a couple of them that were Kenseth fans. Back in those times, like 2008 to 2012. Not to mention, like I said, you got to remember Greg Biffle too. That was shocking as well. And both of them were Gibbs racers. Yeah, I forgot all about that last year. Yeah, Biffle, absolutely. I'm gonna let him out. Go ahead, because he'd be sitting there forever if I didn't let him out. So I don't want him to sit forever because I know what that's like. All right, let's. That's for the 50, guys. About time to get that 50. Yep. All right. About time we hit that 50. Okay.
Pick up at McDonald's 1851 West 400 North.
All right. That was cool to get in a picture like that. Yeah, that really is. That's really cool. Yeah. But I just had to do that, guys, because that's what he always did. And, I mean, I couldn't do it like, I couldn't do it exactly like he did because, he was more, did it like, I said, love me or hate me, I'm the champion. Don't like me, get over it. That's the way he was. That's why he was called Rowdy. And his little one Rowdy? Yes. She can be very rowdy at times, especially anytime after little one has eats or has treats, especially if you give her treats. She's in rare form. She runs around and as rowdy as can be. The others aren't like that, but she is. After she eats, she's in rare form. That's why all this fits and correlates. I'm just surprised they're having me go all the way up here. I don't know why. There's other McDonald's, but whatever. I mean, it's going to a Shelbyville address, so I mean, I don't know unless it's like way out somewhere to where this is the only one that can get it or something. I don't know. I mean, I don't know why it's having me go all the way up here, but whatever. It is what it is. It's $15. That's all I care about. And a dirty stack too. What we do here, guys, we take negatives into positives. And even for something as a dark day as it was yesterday for NASCAR and today too, you got to pay tributes, especially to those who were the best at what they did. And for Kyle, absolutely. One of the greatest competitors of NASCAR racing ever. And if I remember correctly, he I think, didn't they say one time that he was the king of Bristol or something like that? Won more Bristol races than others? I think he was. I think he was considered the king of Bristol. He was one of those races, but I think it was Bristol. Because I know a lot of times when I saw Bristol, he would win most of them. So yeah, I think so. I think that's what it was. It was one of those tracks that he just dominated at. And no one could catch him because he was in his zone. I mean, if he was in the lead and he was ahead, you could not catch him. You could not catch him. That's the fierce competitor in him that he was. I said, catch me, come and get me. You can't. I mean, there was one time I think he lapped the entire field, I think, except for 5. Okay, went up here to McDonald's and to get the one up here. At least it's still breakfast, so that's a good thing. They don't change the menu until 10:30. But that's cool to have your picture taken, with all that. It really is. I mean, I wish I could take a trip down there to, to Charlotte and I'd visit that, because I'd love to see the Coca-Cola 600. I'd love to see the Coca-Cola 600. I'd love to see Talladega, because I do like to go to Alabama, because Gulf Shores is there. They have the race there. To go to the race and then go to
mile, turn right.
then go to Gulf Shores afterwards. Yeah, Talladega is one of my favorite races.
Turn right.
All right. Kokomo, welcome in. Appreciate it. McDonald's breakfast. Yeah, it's only a little bit after it's only a little after 10, so yeah, they're still serving breakfast now. So
Pick up on the right.
you're gonna have to come out. Because you're in the middle of the way there, so all right. Make sure no one's backing out or anything. Boy, they're kind of packed here. But I am a curbside pickup, which I am, because I'm a delivery driver, and it's in the 3 spot, so there you go. All right. Be right back, guys. Yeah, still one ready yet. All right, let's see. I gotta. All right. Okay.
Head to your drop-off at 1611 Southwest Street.
Now, my question is, why could I have not got it at the McDonald's over there on 44? Or I could have even got it at the Rampart Road one. I could have got it there just as well. But I guess they wanted me to get it from here so they could pay me more, which is fine. I'd take the money. Get closer to that 139. Yeah. Already at 106 for the 50 and 50, plus, this will be 22 right here. So I'll only need $11 to win the race. Yeah, we got some trucks coming here now. I better get here before that truck gets over here. All right. All right. Yeah, this is part of the dirty stack. I was surprised. I thought it would already be ready, but nope. They were still making it when I got there. I'm very surprised at that. Good Friday. Hey, Brent, welcome in. Yeah, so far it is a pretty good Friday. It's going before the rain here. I mean, around 10 o'clock, I've got over $100 right now. And it's mostly because of that $50 incentive I just completed on Doordash on my last delivery. So, right now we got this Uber Eats order that's part of the dirty stack. So that last order, and I clicked on this was en route to delivering the DoorDash order, and I got a Uber Eats order that's going to make it a dirty stack. That'll be 2 dirty stacks, 2. And I did it in the beginning of the day, not the end of the day like I did yesterday. McDonald's is getting more expensive every month or two. Oh, I know, it's ridiculous. Not just McDonald's, everybody. I mean, it's just the cost of everything, guys. I mean, not to mention all the fast food places or any food place, but the gas too. Well, like I say, we're in rough times right now. Very rough times. And it's time for all of us to unite together and act on those rough times and try to see what we can do to see if we can do something about it. We got to voice our opinions. We got to, let our voices be heard. That we're not going to stand for this. I've seen shirts that say, "We the people are fed up." And I know we are. And we have a right to be fed up. We do. that's why I say when it comes, to November, we don't just make a choice out of spite or anything of that nature. We've got to get, and it doesn't matter what branch it is. It doesn't necessarily, mean the House and Senate. We're talking every branch here. We're talking local, city, everything, school board, all that. We need to study every candidate and see what they represent and weigh the pros and cons of each one. And don't just base upon because you favor a particular party, don't just base a decision on that particular party. Because let me give you an example. One year, I won't say what year it was, but one year in Indiana, there was a run for governor. And there's a particular party that I favor, and I'm not, just like I said, this is not a political channel, but I'm just giving this an idea. I'm just saying this is what we need to do. But, I don't generally talk like this. But what I'm saying is there was a party that I particularly favored, and I won't say what that party is. But one year when there was for governor, I voted against that party. And why did I do that? Because I studied the candidates, and I knew that the person of the party that I favored would not have been a good fit for this state. And I voted against that person. And it turned out that the person that I voted for that was against the party that I, generally favored, ended up being the best candidate for that. And that's all I'm going to say. Sometimes we have to go against what we favor because it might be better for your city, your schools, or your local, not just the House and Senate, everything. Don't just sit back and just let everybody pick, who makes it. Because the person that you elect for the school board, are they going to be the right person for your kids? Do they have your kids' best interest? You got to know that before you let them in. And don't just sit back and let someone else do it. You got to make that choice yourself. Yeah. You got to be honest. It doesn't really need to. Exactly. And I'm saying, and to the sports guy, I can't emphasize that anymore for the fact that what happened to Kyle. Was he expecting it? Was his family expecting it? No. All everybody said he was going to be out for the race. That race, maybe another race because of what he was going through. But nobody ever thought, or they didn't know that a little bit later, they were going to say not only was he not going to attend that race, but any other race, or even be around on earth or be with his family anymore. No one was prepared to say that. And when they had to break that news, they were stunned to no end. And it's like, how?
Roundabout and take the first exit onto North State Road 9.
Something like that, guys. Like I said, it's time to think. You don't know when. And you got to have yourself right. You got to have yourself, you got to know, see, are you doing right? And if you're not, what happened to Kyle, you have no idea when that time is. And if you're not in the right position, you got to get yourself in that right position before it happens, because you don't know when. Yeah. Like I said, Kyle didn't have a tomorrow like everybody thought he was going to. Chuck Norris didn't have a tomorrow. It's not like I'm trying to be a preacher, prophetic, or anything of that nature, because I wouldn't want that gift. But what I'm saying is that, guys, I emphasize this at the beginning of the year and at the end of the year in the USC dash and the beginning of the year in the Illinois dash, that this is a time to think. This is a time, 2026 was going to be a challenging year, and it's been, to say the least. I didn't know it was going to be this challenging. Okay. I said, they were talking about, like on Sally's program yesterday, she was talking about the Eye of the Tiger. That's the name of this. That's the theme of this year that I believe is the eye of the tiger. But it wasn't Clubber Lang that showed up for Kyle, as the point of Apollo Creed. It was Ivan Drago. And what did Ivan Drago do to Apollo Creed? Yeah. Well, I wasn't sure you're still moving, so, if you're still moving, I don't know if you're going to turn or not, so I got to watch you guys. If you're still moving, I'm not going to move until you motion, so, I ain't taking chances here. You know how you guys are. A lot of donkey drivers in this town. If you're still moving, I'm going to wait. Still got a long way to go. Yep, still 3 minutes. Just got to make sure ain't nobody coming because it's, yeah, all right. We're good. All right. You got to be on, Just took away the buy one, get one for $1. I said, like I said, they're weaning away from incentives and doing those bargains and stuff anymore because it's all about the money. It's all about the money, guys, and that's what it is anymore. Everything is about the money, about what it is, see, because of me. It's all because of me. That's what the world has turned to. It's all because of me. I don't care who I have to step on to get my bonus or to get my quota or to get to get an incentive. I don't care who I have to step on. If I have to hurt somebody to get it, it's all about me. I got to have it for me. No, it's what we can do to help others so that we can get there together. That's the way the world is supposed to work. That's the way I was raised. That we do it together, not individually. Like with the Chicago Bulls, would Michael Jordan have done it all by himself? No. He needed Pippen. He needed Cartwright. He needed all those guys. And they needed the coach. It wasn't a one-person thing. We got to get off of the one-track mind, the one-person thing, and be a team. That's what we got to be. And if we're here in this country, we're supposed to be a team, not pointing fingers at sides. We need to be one team, unite, and make it happen. And there's people that don't want to do that because it's all about sides. It's all about, who's doing this and who's doing that. And, finding faults and pointing fingers. And it's like Stallone said in the movie to his movie son, where he said that, he said, if you know what you're worth, then go get what you're worth, but you got to take the hits. He said, and stop pointing fingers that, I'm not where I am because him or her or anybody. Cowards do that, and that ain't you. You're better than that. And that's what this country needs to understand. We need to do it together. Stop pointing fingers. Work together. Unite. This is what we need right now. We need united. We'll never survive as a country if we don't start uniting. 250 years, guys, this year for the freedom of this country. Where have we gone since 1776? Do you think the founding fathers would be happy with the way things are going right now? No, that is not the way they wanted this country to be. That's why they fought for the freedom. They were extremely disappointed, to say the least, to see what was going on down here right now. And disappointment hurts more than anger. Man, this is a long trip to go down here, but it's all good. It's $15. I'm just happy for that. lot of stop signs, but it's all right. And this is just perfect timing, guys. I mean, all this time that I took to do this Uber Eats order, it's almost time to start round 2. And we can get this done because you get the $139 before the rain starts. Right here. All right, I'll be right back. All right. Second dirty stack complete. It's about time is to be played again. From Time Changer, the movie that everybody should see. Got to go real slow around here. I don't know what they're doing, but is it tree work? I guess it's tree work. Just got to go real slow. Now someone's carrying a house or a mini barn or something like that there. All right. All right, guys, we're going to get ready to go and get ready for round 2. want to get all this done here. You know, if she's going to win this race, we need to do it before the rain starts. So, but because usually that's what happens in the Indy 500. A lot of times is that the race is won and then it starts raining, and that could be the thing that happens here. Is it over? No, we still got. I'm ready to start round 2, Dean. Yeah, it's almost over. I mean, we still got a little bit to go, but let's see. I have 56 plus 50 is 106 plus 22. That's 128. Only need 11 to tie, 12 to win. But no, actually, you need 11 to win. 11 to win. $11. To have $128 by 10:30 for me is phenomenal. And 2 dirty stacks. We just got to get these. Got to get the $11 in. We get the $11. The race is over. Little one will have won. And then we move on to the next project. And one of those next projects is to get the store developed. And I'm working on it right now. Just got to sort out the technical stuff, and then I'll be able to. You'll see you get the shirt. Carol, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Let's do a cheer for Carol. Thank you, Carol. I appreciate that. Let's do a cheer. All right. All right. Thank you. All right. Now let's go up here and we'll sit up to go up here close to McDonald's. You never know, you might get a Kroger order. Could get now. It's we're close to time to getting Jimmy John's orders. So, but thank you so much, Carol. You have no idea what that means to me. You just have no idea. I appreciate that more than you can understand. I always appreciate it when you guys watch me. Yes, I can get a little dramatic at times. And yes, sometimes my dashes might be a little corny. But guys, sometimes when I get that way, it's not because I want to be that way. It's because I care about y'all. And I don't want anyone making the same mistakes that I made. And if what we can do to help others, keep from saying mistakes. It's just like Dean. If you ever go to his channel, Dean will tell you the 3 affirmations that he does because of the mistakes that he made. And I never thought to do anything like that. But if you ever watch him live and you ask him about those affirmations that he does, I guarantee you will not. If you follow his direction on that, I believe if you try it, you'll be successful with it like him. And I got to say that to you, Dean, that I admire you doing that all the time. You say it on your lives all the time, the 3 affirmations that you do. I had somebody come on my live stream one time and asked what those were. And I said, so I led him to your channel and you told him, and he goes, and then he came back on my channel and he said that I guess I'm going to have to try that because I don't know what I'm doing. What do we got here? Let's see. Trip radar. What do we got? What's trip radar say? Must be something coming in because I don't know what it is. Oh, no, I'm not doing that. $2. Yeah, someone else can have that one. That ain't me. I ain't doing no $2 order. You can have that, Uber. I ain't doing that. $2 going 5 miles. Yeah, right. Yeah, Uber, you can have that one. Some other lucky courier can take that order. It ain't gonna be me. All right. Let's start this again. All right. Says 4 minutes. Need $11 to win. Okay. Says 2 to 7 minutes, so we'll just sit here and wait. But guys, yeah. But I do the things that I say. It's because I care about you all and I appreciate what you guys do. But, you know, I just don't like seeing people make the same mistakes that I made. And there is some, I've been through a lot of stuff. I really have. I've been through a lot of, of deaths in my life. I've been through a lot of, I've moved a lot of places because of circumstances and jobs and things like that. I, lost a job in 2012 and made me homeless in 2013. I know what it's like to be that way. And I don't want to see anyone have to go through that. Went through a very painful divorce in 2003, and it's been hard for me to trust ever since. Guys, I just don't want to see anybody do this. That's why I get, with what I had to go through in 2003, this is why I get fed up with seeing the things that I see on social media about encouraging, especially women, encouraging men to come home and find their woman with another man. I see that all the time. It's aggravating, it's degrading, and it's encouraging, behavior that should not even be allowed to be on there. We need to see some of those like Dar Man stand up and see on either side, doesn't matter what it is, a coworker hitting on them or, someone in a store or whatever the case may be. We need to see someone with a hand go up and say, yeah, we're not gonna tolerate that. $4.75 for Starbucks. All right, let's go get it. Okay, that's one step closer. It's only going 1.8 miles, so we'll take that Starbucks offer. I'm surprised I got an order this early. Very surprised. I definitely was not thinking I was going to get a Doordash order this early. Not even before 11. But that's why I admire Dean when he comes on, when he talks about that all the time. Some people ask him about those affirmations, and he's not afraid to say anything about them. But, he's determined every day to say what he's not going to do. He puts it in the back of his mind. I refuse to do this, I refuse to do this, and I refuse to do this. And I will not let something take me down that took me down before. And anybody that I can save, to keep from having that to do in their life, if they can do the affirmations that I did, that's one life that I've preserved to not to do the same, make the same mistake I made. And that's what I'm doing with my channel too. It was for a different reason, but it's like Billy Joel said, tell her about it. I said, don't want to see anyone make the same mistakes I made. That's what Dean and I are like. We don't want to see anyone make the same mistakes we made. Anyone that we can keep from making a mistake, or anyone that's even thinking about it. Like someone who may be thinking about going on a Tinder account or a Match or whatever those, and wanting to go out on their spouse and all that stuff. No, we need to discourage that behavior. We're in times right now, to where Kyle found out the hard way. I don't want anyone else to do that the hard way. Oh, there's another trip radar. Probably something that's probably another one of those $2 orders. Forget it, Uber. It's not happening. I appreciate the $22 you've already given me, but I'm not taking no $2 order. I don't care how close it is, it's going to get her to the finish line. I'm not taking a $2 order. It's not happening. Especially when I got an order that I've got to pick up from Starbucks. You still need 72 for an incentive for you? Oh, okay. I only need 11, and this is 4 right here. Well, 475, but I don't count the 75. But we, the people of this country, and maybe some other countries that are going through what we're going through, we need to demand change. Demand that the people are listened to, that we're appreciated, and we want change. We want all this nonsense to stop. $250 years, guys. 250 years. That's why 2026 is so significant. 250 years. Where have we gone in those 250 years? All the stuff that we fought for. Before, during, and after that time. Where do we stand right now? I don't think we're in very good standing in a lot of ways. And we need to change that. But it's going to be we the people that need to do that. We the people, we got to put our feet down and say, enough. We've had enough. Time for change. Okay, it's another $3 at Starbucks. I mean, I know it's not, it's $9 for a stack, but it's okay. So that, that makes it 7 now. So that means they only need 4 and we have a winner. Easier said than done. Exactly, Superman. Easier said than done. Exactly.
Then, in 400 feet,
because they don't want to listen to what we have to say because they know we're right. But some of them have a hard time with that. But it's time for the people stand up and say we've had enough. We need to unite as a country. Make things right.
Drive southeast on
That's why I like those shirts that were made. We the people have had enough, and we have. And I think if enough people wore those shirts, take a day and wear those shirts, maybe somebody will listen.
Then turn left.
All right, I got 2 orders to pick up in here, so. All right, be right back, guys. Okay. Took a little bit on that one, but I had 2 to pick up. And there's no dashers in there, but there's 3 other orders in there. 3 other dashing orders. Okay. Oh, I don't have a receipt. Okay. All right. So, first one goes in the front and the second one goes in the back. All right. All right. You're having a bit of lunch break. You need something to eat. Yeah, yeah. Oh. Okay, we got 2 orders here. Who's first? Meet at the office. Oh, Wingstop. Okay. So I'm going to Wingstop. Okay, to drop this off. Okay. It's amazing. I'm going to Wingstop to drop off a Starbucks order. And they got drinks over there, but I guess somebody needs coffee. All right. Okay. It'll be $7. Only need 4. That wasn't smart. You saw they were going to turn. Yeah. Got to have a little patience there. That could have been disaster if that was a couple seconds later. Yeah. No patience is donkey driving. That's what that is. Okay. Now see, there's nobody coming, so that's the time to turn. Not otherwise. Yeah. Couple seconds later, that might not have been pretty. That's how impatient they are in this town. That's why you got to be as defensive as you can be. But then there are those on there, that come on our live streams, and Dean and all that. We all know that. Those like DePascio, Scary Larry, Fish Finder, Wake Up RN, and others that have come on and said criticized our driving. But what we go through, we see here every day, we got to be defensive, especially in this town. You have to be, because if you're not, it's not going to look good. Okay, 115 miles to drop off. Oh boy, that's a lot of miles. That's a lot of miles. But miles don't mean anything to you, Indy, if it's huge catering orders. If it's worth it, you'll take it. I get it. Okay, drop this one off here. And this is the one that's back here. Yep, all right. Be right back, guys. hold on. Hold on. Hang on a second, guys. I had a little issue back there. Okay, hold on, guys. Yeah. All right. Okay. So let me okay. So I'm going to have to pause this. There's a glitch. And going to fix it and drop it off. Okay. Okay. Tell me your address. I had a stack order. And it glitched on me. J&B Quality Home Furnishings. Okay. Oh, okay. 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 On way. All right. Okay, yeah, I had a glitch on there, and it said, you know, I took it to that customer, and then it said that, you know, it didn't accept the PIN, it accepted the one, but then, you know, I didn't know that they thought that I was at the other customer, and I'm not. So I have to, I got to find this place over here. So yeah, so I had to pause. Okay, I had to pause because of this. So, all right. Yeah, it's right across the street, so yeah. All right, so I got to go over there, so I have to go in the back, so I have to go straight this way. Okay. Because the addresses were so close together, that's why it glitched on me. All right. I hate when it does that, but let's see. Is this the only way I can go in? Yeah, so. Yeah, all right. All right. Okay. All right. One lap penalty, less $25. That's not on me. that's on them. Well, they're sending me to Kroger for $5.
Drive southwest, then turn right.
All right. I mean, it was in the same place, so yeah, it was in the same place. And, I didn't have to wait on anything. I didn't have any orders, so.
Drive northeast on State Road 44, then turn right.
I mean, if I would have had an order that I had to stop or something like that, that'd have been different. But, I mean, it doesn't make any difference. The way it's going right now, she's going to win anyway, so.
Turn right.
I mean, we're in the lunch hour, and I'm getting all kinds of orders. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to Kroger. Shop, it's a $5 order.
Then turn left.
I see what you mean, Dean, but yeah, that's not necessarily going to count in this way because, like I said, they were right across the street from one another. It's just it wouldn't let me go to that screen.
Turn right.
But luckily, the customer told me where they were. They said, they say that you're over there, and the customer even said that, it's. I said, all of a sudden, like I said, she said, I saw you over there, and then all of a sudden my order disappeared, and it's like, and it's like, yeah, that was a glitch in the system.
Turn right onto East.
But that's why I asked. I said, are you close by? And she said, yes. She told me where it was. So, yeah. But I had no order. So I put it in pause, to fix that. Then after I put it in pause, then I got back. So there you go. So I don't think that was going to make any difference because, like I said, I think she's going to win anyway. So I think it's fitting for her to win under the circumstances, and I think it's fitting for Colleen to be the recipient today of Dirty Stack Little One merchandise. So,
in 300 feet, turn
we'll
right.
waive the order amount. I see your point, but like I said, it's not going to make any difference. Because that order, I think, was $3.
Turn right.
So.
Drive west. Then, in 200 feet, make a sharp left.
So whether I do it on this
Drive
order
south,
or the next
then turn
one,
right.
The next order would definitely put her over the top.
Turn
So,
right.
yeah. Even if I didn't accept this order,
Drive
if I
south,
took that $3
then turn
away.
right.
So if I took the $3 away, or even if I took the $4 away, either one, the next order would definitely be the winner. Rain hasn't started yet, and we're right in the beginning of the lunch hour. All right. But since I didn't have an order at the time, I had to fix that.
Then
So.
turn right.
But because they were both in the same area, I mean, that was, she's like, she said her order
Turn
disappeared.
right.
And it's like,
Turn
yeah.
right.
And, but at least she was able to contact me and say, hey, I'm right at, I said, I asked you close by. She goes, yeah, right across the street. And she told me the name, and I said, okay, I'll be right there. So I paused it and went over. All right, we're here at the store. How many items do I have to get? Let's see. 2 items. That's it. 2 items. 2 tortillas. Team Tiger never give up. Yeah, I know. All right, very easy shopping order. Just had to wait in line for a minute, that's all. Kind of busy in there. Yeah. Because everyone knows you got to. Team Driver, yeah, I know, you don't. But I got a long time to go. Okay, I know where this one is. Okay. You're parked way too close to me. Okay. All right.
Drive north, then turn right.
All right.
Turn left, then turn left.
So definitely, even with that, if we were to take both of those orders away, I'm pretty sure the next order will be the
Turn
winner.
left
So
onto East Michigan Road, then turn left.
okay. No traffic, huh? It's amazing, especially at this time of day.
Turn left onto State Road 44.
Still got Uber on and nothing yet on that, so we'll see. We've already done 2 dirty stacks today. Is there more?
Continue for a half mile.
I mean, especially with Jimmy John's orders. I mean, it's been a while since I've had one on Uber, so still no rain yet, so that's why I say usually it happens with the 500. Same thing happened here. Little's 500. Probably as soon as she hits hits that 500, then it's just going to start pouring down. And if it does, then it does.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto McLean Street.
I will have done it. But there will be other contests and things, because like I said, the kitties are basically going to be part of the center of attention now. So there will be other things, not just not just this. I just think it's interesting how they just sit there in the middle of the road waiting to catch somebody.
Turn right onto McLean Street.
Yeah. It's all because someone wants to trigger the lights over there, then they
In
can get it.
600 feet, turn right onto Indiana Avenue.
You got the rain now, so I guess it's close. So, all right.
Turn right onto Indiana Avenue. Then 726 Indiana Avenue, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA will be on the left.
Yeah, it's a frequent customer. It's all the way down here at the end.
Indiana Avenue, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA is on the left.
All right, guys, you're going to have to forgive me here. So I'm just going to, I'm only going to be here a second. So take a quick picture. Okay. All right, so there we go. Let's see, I go this way. Have I been down this road before? Raina's just playing with us. New York weather looks just like yours. All right, guys. Even if you take those two, 5 plus 6, that's 11. That's 500 on the nose. That's going to be it. We will have a winner.
Drive south on McLean Street. Then, in 1,000 feet, turn right onto State Route 44. In a quarter mile, turn left onto North Vine Street.
Yep. Like I said, you take those two away. She only needed 11. 5 was the Kroger order plus that. You know, that's it. Right on the nose.
Turn left onto North Vine Street. In 800 feet, turn left onto East Broadway Street.
No, we'll just take Jackson and get in there that way. No need to go on a busy street when you can turn right here and get there just as quick. All right.
Turn left onto East Broadway Street, State Route 44. Then 510 East Broadway Street, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA will be on the left. Drive south. Then turn right onto East Broadway Street. Turn right onto East Broadway Street, State Route 44.
Oh, I want that, but I can't. Why, Uber? Why'd you get it now? Speedway, anyway. All right, here, I'm just going to turn it off for this point in time here. Until I get this. Okay. Yeah, I got to do this. I can't do it, Uber. I want to, but I can't, so. All right. 4 pizzas and an order of breadsticks. That's why it took a little bit longer. And they asked me who the name was. I told them, I said, who it was. I said, oh, we apologize. We just started making the order. It's like, oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, so now we're going back on, so now we're going to a freight place. Okay. So my last 3 orders have been on 44. That's interesting. Wow. I got pizza for lunch and drove there to snack to eat your way back. Huh. Yeah, but I just had got Papa John's here. It was kind of interesting. He said, I said, man, I apologize, but yeah. I said, we just started making it. I was like, okay, well, I'll just let the customer know maybe later than, I'm sure they'll be okay with it. Yeah, all these orders, guys, are pretty close and everything, and it's like, yeah, we're going to have a winner here after this is dropped off. So, like I said, even if you take away that $7, you still have a win right on the nose. So, okay, I gotta wait for them to turn. You got the right of way. That's the second person that's done that. They have the right of way and they don't understand it. I had one last night that did that. They have the right of way because the light is green. I don't know, guys. I don't. Okay.
Drive east on State Road 44 for 1 mile.
Oh, he got somebody. Yeah, he got somebody. He just pulled somebody over. That's why I say, guys, you got to be careful. I mean, this is the Memorial Weekend, so it's a 4-day weekend. So, all right, go ahead and get there. They said thank you for letting me know. Sorry about that, guys. I said, yeah, I'm on the phone for a second, but yeah, I'm back now. All right. All right, so yeah, I now got a Dollar General offer for $5. So it's totally official now. Totally official. It's not on the nose. It's now, $5 over. So it is official. We have a winner. Little one is the winner. Okay, I'm just going to go this way since I got to go to Dollar General on McKay Street, which is better than Miller Avenue. So, yeah. Going for $600 now. Yep. Well, I mean, I could possibly, if the rain stayed away or something like that, we could have a $200 day. That would be nice. I mean, sure, it was the extra $50, but even so, could possibly have a $200 day. I mean, I know that if I worked tonight and had no rain, that's a good possibility that would happen. Yeah. -25 for Dollar General is not in stock. This one here I usually don't have too much issue with. I mean, every now and then I do. But the Miller Avenue one, yeah, the one where Fred Jaspers gave the thumb, that one for sure. Yeah, and also the one over in Greensburg too on Michigan Street. Yeah. Yeah, those two are the main culprits as far as that's concerned. Yeah, instead of saying that Bobby Knight's been ejected from this basketball game, you say that Miller Avenue Dollar General's been, has been ejected from this basketball game. Because they have been ejected. No more orders from there ever again, because I'm not dealing with it. I usually don't have too much issue here. I mean, every now and then, but not so much, because they got their freezer back, so we're good there. Now, if Needler's Market would get their freezer fixed in Greensburg, then then we might be in business going there again whenever that is, but they got to fix 74 before I go back there. That could be a while. Waiting for your 250 runner-up prize winning. Oh, Indy. I mean, November will be just around the corner. It'll be starting that up again. So, yeah. You weren't really runner-up, though. You were, so you were third place. Yeah. Because remember, it was Penn State and Ohio State. So, yeah, you were third place. So you weren't runner-up. I really thought, though, in that when you got that $64, I thought that was a sure win for you there. But Penn State they had a phenomenal day. I mean, they just did. It was that Kroger order in Columbus that did it. Those three orders. That's what basically gave them the momentum to win. That's what that was. I mean, you had the momentum with both those Rushville orders of $64. I thought, when I saw that $43 at first, and then the $21 after that, I thought, man, I think Purdue just might take this, but no, didn't happen that way. All right. Okay. Fine print protest. Yeah, you were third place. Third. Okay. What do we got here? Just 3 items. All candy. That's all they want is candy. All right. Be right back. All right, let me take a picture of this receipt first. Let's see here. Well, I couldn't believe that we found all the candy. That's amazing. Especially when it comes to candy, there's got to be something that they don't have. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, it's just right down the street, not too far, so that'll work. Let's see. Let's see, it's probably going to have, see, I can go the back way getting in there from this way. I would have to go through a couple of places, but it's all right. I mean, I can do it. It's better to go this way than to go all the way around. That, you know, either way, it's going to take the same amount of time, so we'll just do it this way. Okay, and this is a frequent customer too. I'm just surprised he ordered 3 things of candy. But every time there's order, it's, you know, a lot of times there's always something they don't have. And I know if it was Miller Avenue, they wouldn't have had one of those. I can almost guarantee it. They wouldn't have had one of those. Yeah, I'm just going to go on the back way here and go in the High Point area and take it that way. Then I'll be close to Kroger and all that because it's only 12 o'clock and still no rain yet. So, but like I said, this puts it over the top. So, yeah. So we'll take it back to this way. I know where to go, but I had to go this way. I had to take it. So, all right. Either way I would have gone, it still would have taken the same time. So, I just think this way might be a little faster.
Quarter mile, turn right onto High Point Boulevard. Turn right onto High Point Boulevard. In a quarter mile, turn left onto Ellington Drive.
Well, let's see. When we get up here, will I get another Kroger order or something? Possibly. Wouldn't mind it if I did. Yeah, this way was a lot faster to get there. A lot faster.
Turn left onto Ellington Drive, then 1316 Ellington Drive, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA will be on the left.
Finding a place to park, that's going to be the big thing.
16 Allen Drive, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA is on the left.
Right there. Okay. I'll just do this. They can still get around me. I just gotta. All right. Be right back. Okay. Done. All right. Okay, let me just back up just a hair. Oh, I gotta let this person, I gotta let these two go by. And it just won't stop, guys. Okay. 2 Taco Bell orders. Had to be a little crafty with that, but yeah. We got 2 Taco Bell orders and that's $8. It's going 4.5 miles, so I mean, hey, we could have a $200 day. Okay, well, since I got 2 orders, then I'll have to turn Uber off again because I got 2 orders. So, yeah. So I can't do anything with that. So I can't do that. So, yeah. All right. So we got to go to Taco Bell. I think I better, yeah, I think I'll just go this way. Yeah. Make it a little easier. All right. It's tempting to hit arrive at store, but I'm not there yet, so you got to be within 100 feet of the store to hit arrived at store, otherwise it's a contract violation, according to Kim's side money plans. I was going to say, I've been at this light for a little bit here. I'm like, what's the deal? There's a Doordasher coming out of Bellacino's. Well, I guess their intercom still isn't working over there. They got a guy standing over there at the... Yeah. All right, here we go. Go pick these 2 orders up. Okay. There's the second one. There's the first one, and the first one gets the drink. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm still getting paid for the order overall. It's just customer's wife was not available, being in the hospital because she had set up an accident. And they said, "Oh man." Okay, well, Mr. He tried calling his daughter. She was in the. Oh man. I don't like that. Doesn't sound very good. Okay. All right. Who's first? Oh, right down here. Okay, so it's the second one. Okay, it's that one, the one without the drink. Okay, that one's first. Okay. You can tell that it's the Memorial weekend. I mean, everybody's out today. People are ordering, but yet everybody's out too. Schools are out. Yeah. Yeah, you can tell. You got it. Well, now you don't. You did, but now you don't. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. All right.
Drive south on Serrano Road for a half mile.
Okay, I'm going on the opposite side of that road. Okay. Last time I was going the west side. I'm going the east side this time. All right. I have 33 likes. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you for this. I said it's been fun doing this little tribute. It really has. It's been a lot of fun. Even though it's a very sad day for NASCAR and for a lot of his fans, very unexpected and, you know, shocking. 16 blocks.
In a quarter mile, turn left onto Balto Drive.
Yeah, right down here. Welcome, Terrence. Thank you for joining. Appreciate it. You mean you want to have to go back to Walmart with like an order to return? Yeah, I know. It's returns are not fun. I had to do prescription returns. I hated those, you know. And then Uber was like, well, you canceled the order. It's like, well, it's not like I wanted to cancel the order. I mean, you guys even said that if the customer doesn't answer the door, then what else do? You cannot give it to them without them signing for it.
In 900 feet, 1075 Balto Drive, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176. USA will be on the right.
Okay, so yeah, still got a little ways down here. Okay, there's a frequent customer down here that I deliver all the time. I don't think it's the same one. I think it's the one next door to him. Yeah, the frequent customer's right there. So the one that I'm delivering to is the one on the end down here. Okay. All right. I'll be right back. Okay, this is going over towards the school now. All right. Let's see here.
Drive east on Balto Drive. Then turn left onto Belvedere Drive.
Okay, yeah, I guess it's bad there for signal. Apologize
right
for that.
Onto Wagner Drive.
Okay. Yeah, I guess it was bad signal there. I apologize for that.
Feet, turn right onto High Point Boulevard.
So this next one I think is over close to the high school, so I know exactly where this is. So it gives me time. Ooh, why did I not put it in there? I gotta charge this thing up. It's 40%.
Turn
I can
right
maybe
onto
get,
High Point Boulevard.
might be able to get 10% at least back by the time I get there. So because I got a little trip to get there. All right.
In 700 feet, turn right onto Progress Parkway.
Okay, hold on. I gotta do this again. Okay.
Drive southeast on High Point Boulevard. Then turn right onto Progress Parkway. Turn right onto Progress Parkway.
Okay.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto McKay Road.
Yeah, that's what I figured they were gonna have me do. Yeah, the signal must really be bad out here. I don't know why. I mean, it does look like it is getting ready to rain, so, but we've already passed it, so yeah, the race has been decided. So
Continue for 2 miles.
now the question is, will there be a $200 day? That's the question. I mean, here we are, it's not even one, and we're well over the $100 mark. Since we'll be far away from where we need to be, guys, I mean, as soon as I drop this off, then I think maybe we can do what we can do since I'll be far away. I just wonder if this customer is on the actual street, or do I have to turn off and deliver to one of those condos. I don't think I recognize that address. Okay. We'll make sure that truck over there wasn't going to go first. Oh, that's right. We got this. I forgot about that, but yeah. Well, I'll slow down so that one car down there can get through. So there's no one behind it. So. I always thought that they were done with working on here, but apparently not. I mean, it took them forever to get this roundabout fixed last year. All you need is $43 to get this finished, returned, and get another order.
In a quarter mile, enter the roundabout and take the second exit onto West McKay Road.
Yeah, returns aren't fun. They're not fun. They're a waste of time, and you don't get
Enter the roundabout and take
some
the
of them
second
you don't
exit
get
onto West
the
McKay
money
Road.
for. You get half or something like that, depending on what it is.
Continue for a half mile.
Yep, they're still going on here at some of the schools, but I noticed a lot of kids are out today. I guess maybe it's the elementary schools that are out. Yeah, good luck,
In a
class of
quarter mile,
2026.
turn left
Yep.
onto Barrack Drive.
They're walking their dogs out here. Yeah, it looks like they're doing something here. It's like preparing for the next chapter of their lives with graduation. With spark orders, even if you have to return the order, you still get paid for your time, like you get paid the original amount that you accepted.
Turn left onto Barrack Drive.
Okay.
In a quarter mile, turn right.
Looks like it might be those condos, guys. Sure looking like it. Yep, I think it is.
Turn right.
Yeah, I thought so.
In 300 feet, you will arrive at 2551 Burrick Shelbyville, Indiana
I
46176.
think it's on the end. I
USA.
think I've had this person before. They're on the very end down here.
You have arrived at 2551 Brick Drive, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176, USA.
All right, I guess I'll just park here. Because they're down there at the very end. Okay. All right, I'll be right back. Okay. All right, guys, might be, I'm kind of far away from a place where you might get orders. So we have to make this official. And I got to do like I did at the vet clinic. So guys, be prepared for this. We have a winner. Little one is the winner of the Littles 500. And since we're representing Kyle Busch, this is what we're going to do in honor of Kyle. Yep. That's what we're doing in honor of Kyle. And also we got to play the song since she already won too. So, okay, so let's do that. Yes, sir, we have a winner. Song from the movie Time Changer, written and sung by Ryan Steckler of Stickhouse Productions. All right. This has been, like I say, guys, it's been a fun tribute today. And I know I've mentioned some things that, that for some people it's hard, to hit home with, or some stuff that, we might have a little conviction of. But we're in times right now, guys, to where, Kyle didn't realize he wasn't going to have another day. And no one in the NASCAR world or his family knew that either. And that's why I say, with whatever time it is that you have, you better utilize it, and utilize it to the best. Because you never know. And all this stuff that they're promoting to harm your family, spouses, or whatever the case may be, you better think before you do. Yeah, I'm not going to go that way because I'm not going to mess with that. So I'm going to take a different way. I'm not going to mess with that down there. So don't want to see anyone make the same mistakes I made. I don't want to see anyone go through the pain that I went through. 2003, 2013. 82 and 91. I don't want to see anyone go through all that, because it isn't fun, especially in 2003 and 13. It was unbearable. And if there's anything that I can do to keep you guys from having to, anyone on here to not suffer like that, it's all worth it in the end. Because you don't know what real pain is when you're going through that. I mean, yes, there's a lot of pains, especially when you lose family members and stuff. But the kind that I'm talking about, it's devastating. Devastating in ways you couldn't imagine. And it's like Jerry Springer always said, even as a controversial show as he had, he always said at the end, take care of yourselves and each other. And that is really what we need to do. I said before, we got to be united now. We can't be divided. Divided we can't stand. United we can. And that's what we got to emphasize. That's what we got to do together. Like when we do, live streams and be with our families and stuff, this is stuff we got to talk about. I know it's hard to talk about, but we all got to be on the same page. We got to stop pointing fingers at one another and saying, it's your fault, it's your fault, it's your fault. No, we can't do that anymore. We got to find the solution, and the only way to find the solution is if we work together, not against one another. I know it's only 12:30, but we've basically, hit the goal of what we needed to. Got the $50. Well over 100, 2 dirty stacks. I don't know how many orders. I don't know if my my acceptance rate went up or not. We'll see. I've done a lot of orders today, though. I've done a lot. I slowed down there because I saw you were getting ready to turn. You were getting ready to run that, so I slowed down. So in case you did that, it would have cost you. But yeah. So I say you gotta be as defensive a driver in this town as you can, because you know how some people are. You guys have been awesome throughout this whole time. You guys have been awesome today. 33 likes. Those of you that joined today, listen to me rant, but yet listen to celebrate, knowing that little one has won the race. And we're still going. What do we got? I'm heading over this way. Well, I guess I'll turn on van and go back. I got a $5 Little Caesars for 1 mile, so all right. We'll take it, I guess. It's not 1 o'clock yet, so.
Drive southeast on Howard Street. Then turn right onto Van Avenue. In a quarter mile, turn right onto South Street.
I just love it when you're heading towards the other side and all of a sudden you get an order that makes you have to do a U-turn. I always love it when they do that. You already passed up that area and then they decide to do that. I love it when they do that. Well, I'm hoping that I can get out and deliver tonight. I mean, we can, if I can, then, like I said, I can put Colleen on the front of little one's car to celebrate the victory, because she gets little one merchandise for the Dirty Pack today.
You will arrive at 809 South Harrison Street, Shelbyville, Indiana 46176, USA.
So look probably within the next week or two to see that my spread shop merch will be up.
USA.
So look forward to that. Because it'll be fun to make those shirts so I can show off my kitties. All right, be right back here. All right. Yeah, that's plenty. 50 should get me there. All right. start, but I just got a second order in there, so I got to get a second pizza bag. See, just like I said, guys, we have a winner of the race, and now it starts raining. Just like the Indy 500. Yep, just like the 500. We crown a winner, and then it starts raining. And that's exactly what's happened here. All right. Okay. Oops. I need to do this one first. Okay. Do they have a receipt? Okay. All right. Okay, this one's a contactless delivery. All right. Okay. Okay. It must be bad signal out here, I guess. Well, the rain has started, so... Okay, so... Alright, so I gotta go out that way, so... So it'd probably be best to turn right and go out that way. So, yeah, I think it would, yeah. Okay. Because I gotta go all the way down there. So, yeah, it would be easier for me to do that. So I think that's what I'll do. I know it's going to be harder to turn right down here, but it is what it is. Okay. Just like the 500. Thank you. Taking this one road here. And it's just amazing how that happens. Just that it starts raining right after a winter's crown. It starts raining. It does that all the time in the Indy 500. But this isn't the Indy 500. This is the Littles 500. Sorry guys, but I gotta turn here. Alright. It'll be almost 1 o'clock by the time I deliver these two, so 1 o'clock it's over regardless. So order is way down here. I don't think this is a frequent customer, but I do go to this block a lot. Okay, should be coming up here. There it is right there. Okay. Yeah, this is a frequent customer. Okay. Okay, so we take this order to the door. All right, be right back. Okay, now we go to the other side of town, which is good. But I got to turn down here to get to Broadway, so that's what I need to do. Okay. But it's right where I need to go because it's going to be the end of the dash anyway, so yeah, because it'll be 1 o'clock. And plus it's raining. I really don't want to be out in the rain, but I'll tell you what, it's been a very productive day. It's been a fantastic day doing this tribute. And like I said, there's just some days, you know, that are meant to be, but it's sad to have to do this to a great legend. I mean, an awesome driver. Like I said, love him or hate him, you respect him because of the way he raced. And respect competitors, because that's exactly what he was. A fierce competitor. It's been an honor and a privilege to be able to do this dash and tribute and crown a winner of the Littles 500 at the same time. 2 dirty stacks. Very productive day. And doing it all before this rain came. Now I hope in a couple of days that they will turn that fountain on, because it's about time they do that. I know it hasn't exactly been summer-like weather, but it's time to turn the fountain on, because people are going to want to sit out there and watch it, especially if they're going through some stressful stuff. They want to be able to sit there, relax, because that's what the fountain does. It changes colors, especially at night. It's beautiful. I like to do talks there. As a matter of fact, I did a dual live stream with Dash and Womble there once. And maybe there's more of that to come later this summer, because that's what I like to do. Especially in August, when August is the month of the double. The dual live stream is what I want to do. So I'm going to go down to this one street here. Yeah, it's starting to get a little bit more. It's a good thing this dash is going to end, guys, because you don't want to be out here in this. Even if there was a $25 penalty, you still won. I know one thing, I would not want to be wanting to ride a bike in this kind of weather. I know that. Okay. here, guys. There's a frequent customer who lives in that red building back there. Okay, so he's going to be on this side. We're still on the 200 block. No, we're on the 3. Okay. All right. Should be down here somewhere. Yep, down here on the end. Okay. All right. Contactless delivery, our favorite. Be right back. It's amazing that we have $170 by 1 o'clock. All you need is $30 to get 200. But of course, it depends on this. Look at me again, Carol. Yeah, just go ahead. I'm going to wait on you. So, all right. $170, guys. $170. To have that, I mean, even without the 50, I would have 120 at this time, and that even that's hard around this time to get that. Okay, so I got to make a quick stop down here. Some things that I got to get, but man, what a decent day. I wish all days were like this, but unfortunately they're not. But I wish they were. We know summer slowdown's coming up. All the kids will be out of school. There'll be more dashers out there. Yeah, I get that. And that's why the channel may be changed to Big 3 Dashing and More. Possibility of that. But I think once we get the merch going, we try to be pushing some of the merch, some of the merch out, because I love the idea to be able to show my kitties off. Got something going on here. That's why I say, guys, with this Memorial Day, You want to watch your step very carefully, especially when you're out driving, because they're out in full force today, waiting for someone to pounce on them. So be careful. But it's official. Little one has won the race. Needed 139, got 170, so that's $31 more. So 531 is what she won by. 531. But there will be other races. There will be other things. I mean, I don't just make this a job. I have fun with it. I like to include you guys in that fun. Include the colleges and all those things. I enjoy doing it. Police have checkpoints. Yep. But that's why I say, guys, be careful out there. Not only be careful of that, but be careful of those who may have had too much to drink that they haven't got yet. Be careful of that. There may be some that are doing fireworks. If they are, beware of that too. Just be on your guard this weekend. It's a 4-day weekend. If you're out barbecuing or you're going on vacation or whatever the case may be, just be careful out there. Yes, Memorial weekend is to support those. Hey, Fran, welcome in. Yeah. I wish that little Tiny would have got the $50 yesterday, but little one ended up getting it today, Fran, and little one won the race by $31. So you're starting earlier today? Yeah. I didn't have it listed today, but we did 2 dirty stacks, and Colleen is going to be the recipient today because she was a Kyle Busch fan, and that's the reason why she's the honorary for Little One's Dash today. So she's the one that's going to be the recipient. So congratulations to Colleen on that. Yeah, I got to get out of this rain. Yeah, this is a mess, guys. Yeah. So include you too, Fran, out there in Phoenix. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. It includes you out there in Phoenix land and everything, guys. Yeah, I know, 41 years old. It's unbelievable, and I know it is. But all I'm saying is, like I said, if you go back and listen to some of the things that I said throughout there, it was good to, give a tribute to him. Like I said, he wasn't my favorite, but I did respect him for the kind of racer he was, the competitor that he was. You got to respect someone like that, Love them or hate them, you still got to respect them because they're out there to do the same thing that your favorite's out there to do. You're all in it, even though it's competition, respect is the most important thing, and that's what it is. Let's see what we got here. Okay. Okay, I got to dispute a rating here real quick. Yeah. Okay, I do construction and had to take alternate route. Okay, so I had to get that back so I can get 1 point back. So there we go. All right, I still don't have 200 deliveries? Huh. Okay. Amazing. Man, this was... I've done a lot today, guys, and I thought sure that I would be real close to having that. Let me see what else I got here. Hold on. So let me check that again. Yeah, so I'm back 91. Well, my completion rate is still 97. I thought I would get there, and I'm only at 93%. Except, oh well, yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, there was a lot of times that I did a lot of declines in a row because I was given bad offers. So, yeah. Okay. Awesome. All right, guys. Well, I think it's time to, we got to call this race and, to call the dash. Only $30 to go to get 200, but we'll see what the rain does. But I appreciate everybody being here today. And, well, if I go out later on today, we'll see you then. If not, then I'll probably see you on Tuesday. So until then, I will see you all in the future. And remember, we're all in this together. Rest in peace, Kyle.